Technical Vocational Livelihood Education track will bring out the best in you. This track offers various strengths wherein you can choose what suits you best. DVL track will help you improve your skills for your chosen career. Students will gain experience through implementing of demonstrations using complete apparatuses, equipments, and facilities. For housekeeping, improved skills in cleaning and maintenance services, hotel service, and excellent accommodation of hotels or any establishments. Food and beverage services, learn about food service, bartending techniques, and proper ways of accommodating your future guests. Baking, discover the intricate world of pastries and enhance your skills with new methods and recipes. Cookery, it explores different cooking techniques, innovative food ideas, and unique recipes prepared by you. Computer system servicing trains how to configure and design computer systems, set up, repair, and assemble computer parts. Drafting, it learns the art of creating establishment plates, test your creativity by constructing a 3D model. Caregiving, assess people health condition, analyze medication, and experience on-site checkup outside school. All of this can be found in TVL that will definitely lead students to their future job. For your success to be the best, choose TVL among the rest.
Hello, I'm Ferdinand Froilan. I'm a third-year college student taking BS Psychology program. And I want you to know that psychology is more than mental health. And if you are searching or looking for a good and interesting career paths, psychology has a lot to offer to you. So yeah, be part of our program, be a psychology student.
Hi, I'm Daisy Oligo from third year BS Psychology, and I am encouraging you to be one of the psychology students in FCPC. As a future helping profession, I want to help people in their transformation towards becoming more unconditionally loved, tolerant, and compassionate people. People need more people to care and who want to listen. You joining us to our program, we can make difference. You always matter, and soon you will be one of the reason why someone keep going.
Good day to everyone. I am Paula Cruz, third year college student from BS Psychology 3A, encouraging you and welcoming you to our program, especially those who are upcoming college student this year. I want to exhibit and inform you that FCPC has a quality education and professional teachers that may help you in the field of psychology. So enroll now and join us to our psychology program. Thank you!
First City Providential College aims at holding future professionals through catering events and activities that will be held throughout the year, in upholding academic excellence, critical thinking, social responsibility, and holistic development. The College of Accountancy provides excellence in accounting education through teaching, research, and service. We recognize our responsibility to provide high-quality education to students who desire to work in public accounting and to pass the CPA licensure examination or to obtain other professional certifications. First City Providential College offers Bachelor of Science in Internal Auditing, Bachelor of Science in Management Accounting, Bachelor of Science in Accounting Information System, and Bachelor of Science in Accountancy. We are here to achieve national recognition in accounting education by providing programs of academic distinction that meet the needs of the accounting profession. Starting a career in accounting is a smart choice, with forecasts for significant growth in the industry, a high median salary, and a demand for qualified accounting professionals. The time has never been better to join the field. However, once you've decided that you're going to pursue an accounting career, you'll quickly find that the field is much larger and more diverse than you might have thought, with opportunities to apply your skills in a number of different areas, such as public practice, commerce and industry, government offices, and accounting. Just like Manny Vanderbilt, we all know him by his perseverance, persistence, and hard work. He is one of the richest persons here in the Philippines, and considered one of the titans in the real estate market industry, owning low-cost housing firm C&P Homes and high-class housing firm Brittany Bay Corporation. He is no other man than Viller, which resembles another rags to riches story. JPA, FCPC Local Chapter, is an accredited student organization of College of Accountancy students in FCPC, and also in other universities and colleges all over the country. The JPA It stands for the Junior Philippines Institute of Accountants. It is a student counterpart of the Philippine Institute of Certified Public Accountants and stands for National Federation of Junior Philippine Institute of Accountants. With this, it is with our utmost pleasure to invite you to be part of our roster of members. We believe that this will be a great decision, since membership to the Regional Council and to the National Federation will bring forth these several advantages to you into the First City Providential College. And we are proud to introduce to you the College of Accountancy. ACUS 2019 Friends Competition Champion. First placer on anti-bullying dance. epic screwed presentation. Matt Crispy champion. Another Crispy first runner-up. Spoken poetry champion. Junior Philippine Institute of Accountants Week. Pick the WWAMC Day in PUP Manila. And so, what are you waiting for? Be part of this now. Enroll now at First City Providential College. The first event.
Stacy? 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 Peram ng extension. Ay.
Nag-meet? Ay, naka-mute. Hello, good afternoon. Hello po. Tawag niya. Hello, Ma'am Dinya. Huwag nakipakita, makakinig lang ako. Ano na ako makita, makikinig lang. Ma'am, mag-mute ka.
As part of our continuing commitment in delivering excellence in education despite these challenging times, First City Providential College has evolved and produced graduates who are competent, quality young professionals. As we narrow today's very important objectives, first, to provide researchers with practical competencies and transferable skills in response to evolving higher education landscape, and to impart researches of the current trends and challenges in different areas globally. To all FCPCians watching right at the comfort of their home, good afternoon to you all and welcome to our tertiary level Institutional Research Colloquium 2021. My name is Jess Barria and I am going to be the master of ceremony of today's virtual event. To officially begin our program, help me welcome the College of Criminal Justice Research Coordinator, Ms. Juliet Dinasoy, to lead us for the opening prayer, followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem, recitation of the FCPC's vision, mission, FCPC's creed, and the singing of our loyalty hymn.
Good afternoon. Let us bow our head and feel the presence of our God, Almighty and loving Father, Creator of heaven and earth. We praise you and we adore you. We humbly ask your forgiveness for our sins. Have mercy on us, O Lord. We are gathered here today for our institutional research colloquium. Send us your Holy Spirit to be our guide and give us the wisdom to understand. Enlighten our minds and let your love be upon us. May this institutional virtual research colloquium bring success and growth to our school. We thank you, Father, for this precious time that you have given us. All this we pray through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God forever. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang magiliw, pero sa silanganan, alam ng puso, sa liit mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ang bagaw, ay hinatang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nagtitigil, makituwin at araw na kailan ang ay magtitigil. Luman ang araw ng walhagit pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang hindi kaya ng pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
First City Providential College vision. First City Providential College shall be a world-class university for lifelong learning. Mission. First City Providential College shall offer relevant and multidisciplinary academic programs to produce lifelong learners who are globally competitive and socially responsible professionals. Produce viable researches for local and international publication and utilization. Implement collaborative and sustainable community extension services. FCPCian's Creed. I am a true FCPCian. I carry the name of my dear school, First City Providential College. I live up to its ideals. I have the duty and responsibility to think, act, and live with faith in God, creativity, perseverance, collaboration, intelligence, altruism, nationalism, anywhere, anytime, and always in my life. As we embark another academic journey with the new normal way of learning, this pandemic never stopped the brain behind the success of the new academic year in FCPC. Ladies and gentlemen, to officially open today's program, let us have our FCPC President, Dr. Estrella O. Simon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Jess. Well, in this annual institutional research colloquium, it's really having many firsts. The first virtual research colloquium, first research colloquium with a keynote speaker from one of our international partner schools from Asia Pacific University of Technology and Innovation from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, which is one of the best universities in Malaysia. And later, we will hear from his recorded speech. I am very sure we will all be enlightened and be inspired from the keynote speaker speech of Dr. Professor Venice Ciro Shelvam. Also, another first, which is the third, is because we are strengthening collaboration with other tertiary education tertiary education institutions. We have also guest research presenter from Philippine Women's University. And we are able to come up with this very unique Research Colloquium 2021 because of the effort of the First City Providential College Center for Research, Development, and Innovation, headed by our Dr. Echel Simon Antero, and with her assistant director, Ma'am Arabel Baquiler. And at the outset, I would like to thank our panelists who are very, they are so very knowledgeable on research, which I believe they'll be sharing to us how the researches of our students be improved through their critiquing. Also, this time, we need to appreciate the efforts of all our student researchers for coming up and be able to produce these researches. For I know this is the result of their critical thinking. Also, thank you so much to all the academic heads for supporting your students in coming up with their researches. And of course, we need to acknowledge and appreciate the mentorship of the research coordinators in every program. And today, really, as a celebration of the research culture of First City Providential College, that research is fun for lifelong learning. Research is really a practice for lifelong learners. And therefore, it is worthy to recognize the efforts of our students because they really worked for it. And with the theme Strengthening Research Collaboration Towards Resilient Educational Community is fit to make it very suited for this event. When we say research, my dear students, there are really three P's that we need to recognize. For sure, you were able to went through, and that is the production of research. The first thing you did was production of research, wherein it's really the toughest, but with contentment. For you were able to create new ideas from the different information. And you read a lot of studies, which really test your, as I said a while ago, your critical thinking, and you were able to come up and test also your communication skills, creativity, and most of all, the collaboration of everyone. And when we say production research, it's with use or with sense if there is publication. And when you publish, it's important that you need to present. That's why there is colloquium. And we are not only after the presentation. It's necessary that when you do the presentation, dissemination is being done. So when you disseminate, we want to publish your research in a Scopus index. That's the reason why it has to be peer-reviewed by the panelists and all other experts in research. So you are done with your production. Now you are ready to present. After that, we'll proceed to publication. And the most important phase of research, wherein FCPC has to celebrate that we say that research is fun, is research utilization. Research is nothing if it is not being used and utilized. Because when we do utilization of research, we try to bridge the gap between scientific evidence and existing policies or practices. We try to have new ways of implementing policies and practices which are all evidence-based. So in FCPC, we are trying to institutionalize practices, policies, which are all evidence-based, research-based. Therefore, I am very sure you believe on results should be valid and reliable to make it really be of use when we are we are in our utilization states. So with this in mind, and I hope everyone has this spirit that utilization is the essence of research. Let us then celebrate today's research colloquium that we need to collaborate because research really is there to enhance the spirit of cooperation and collaboration, because in research, we do have development and innovation. Thank you so much.
There you have it. Thank you so much, Ma'am Star. You know what? FCPC will never be as successful as to where we are right now during this pandemic without you serving as our guiding light. To all our participants here in Zoom meeting, please give your clap react, a virtual clap react to Mama Star Simon. There you go. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jess.
Thank you, Pop. To all per citizens watching at home, it's about time for you to fasten your seatbelt as we move on to the highlight of this event by formally introducing our distinguished keynote speaker who only deserves nothing but the best introduction. Let us call our FCPC Human Resource Director, Vanessa Paula F. Garcia, to do the honor.
Thank you, Jess. It is with an immense pleasure to introduce our speaker for today. Our speaker has over 25 years of experience in education, ICT, operations and maintenance, facility management, design and project management, serving various industries, ranging from building services, oil and gas, district cooling plants, cogeneration power plants, and the ports industry. He has managed deliveries of international projects valued at 1.18 billion pounds in the Maldives, India, Russia, Iran, UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Vietnam, Brunei, and Malaysia from 1998 to 2012 as a key accountable design engineering personnel. He is currently the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation and Chief Innovation Officer for the Asia Pacific University of Technology and Innovation, Asia Pacific Institute of Information Technology Education Group. He has also led or has been part of different Malaysian national-driven strategic blueprints for artificial intelligence, data science, STEM education, digital expert panel, and engineering architectural graduates. He's a professional engineer under the Board of Engineers Malaysia, or BEM, a professional technologist with the Malaysian Board of Technologists, or MBOT, and a fellow with the Institution of Mechanical Engineers. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a big virtual round of applause to Professor Dr. Vinesh Tirukelvam. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And my name is Professor Vinesh. I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Asia Pacific University of Technology and Innovation. I have a double role whereby I'm also the Chief Innovation Officer of the APIT Education Group here in Malaysia. If you don't know where APU is, it's a data center in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And at this juncture, for the presentation, I'm also representing the Institution of Engineers Malaysia and also the Institution of Mechanical Engineers UK, where I have sort of ranked positions in those two institutions. I'd like to thank Dr. Achel for inviting me to be your keynote speaker today for the First City Providential College's virtual institutional research colloquium, and I'm very honored that I've been chosen as the keynote speaker. Let me tell you a little bit about what I will be presenting today as part of the keynote. So my topic for today is actually the future of research and innovation at institution of higher learning. I will cover three areas. The introduction to responsible research and innovation, which in short is known as RRI. Some of my research in terms of benchmarking. So I'll share with you some lessons from the European Union and how they have implemented governance into research, and some future sectors and trends of research which has come about taking 2020 as the year of a massive climatic change due to the pandemic. Now, speaking of the pandemic, I want to apologize that I'm doing a recording, and it is really unfortunate that due to the pandemic, I'm unable to be present at your institution. Obviously, when times are better in the coming future, I would love to visit your institution and be part of a knowledge sharing session. So what is responsible research and innovation, or in short, RRI? In a nutshell, it's all about ethical research. So why do we do ethical research? Obviously, there's a lot of research which are duplicated. Everyone is doing the same thing. And what I want to stress on ethical research is the part of trying to eradicate redundancy. So the energy and the costs put into research can be massively saved if we can do research ethically and also be able to share across the board some of the outcomes, not just in the publication, but also a voice to tell others that this is now going on and how we can collaborate. And I'll come to collaborative in the next point, where we're actually solving real world problems collaboratively. And that can only happen if we have very, very strong joint ventures. And these joint ventures are university to university, university to industry, and vice versa. And it will only help if this is done in a very strong manner. You will hear some firecrackers because in Malaysia we just celebrated Eid Mubarak, which is the New Year for the Muslim New Year. And I've got my wonderful neighbors firing crackers still post the celebrations. Yeah, so next is the research and innovation, which includes applied research. Now, a lot of research has been done at fundamental level, but my stress is now on the addressing the correct research questions from the society and ensuring that your research is applied so that it can be actually applied for usage. Now, there are two sample areas here. I cover healthcare and also telecommunications in terms of 5G generation. Yeah. Now, the last point is within RRI, the collaborations between researchers, policymakers, and also the civil society organizations, and professional bodies, statutory bodies, and industry as an overall must be at every point of the research. And a lot of this research has to be related to national economic developments. If not, there is no purpose for research if there is no economic shift post-research findings. Yeah. Now, what you see on the screen right now is the tools and processes, which basically are the key issues. But what I'm doing right here is actually trying to context the variables involved. So if you look at the cycle, you look at diversity and inclusivity, and I'll cover this in the next few slides as well. Openness and transparency, anticipation and reflection, yeah, and responsiveness and adaptive measures. Now, if you go into the inner subset, you will see that the coverage is basically on two variables, main variables, which is social justice and sustainability. And these are the floating areas. But of course, within that, you have science, education, open access, privacy, governance, public engagement, gender inequality, and ethics as the next 6 areas. But if you look at the search into research, it covers all these areas, and these are really important when it comes to research as a whole. Now, let me take you down each of the variables. So we look at diversity and inclusivity. It involves a wide range of stakeholders in the early development of research, particularly in science and technology, industrial research. Now there are many different methods to deploy research, but engaging with a diverse group of stakeholders is important. Now within these stakeholders are the public, because public's view is of pivotal importance, because they are actually the end users at the end of the day. Now, ensuring there's diversity within the institution of higher learnings is important, because, as I said earlier, we want to spread the research across the board, and we want to have a shared equality among researchers and the topics that they're covering. Now, to add on to diversifying the sources, so these sources are knowledge, expertise, as per disciplines and areas of perspective. But you have to have an industry on board, and that industry comes into play as the applied perspective, the business modeling perspective, the consumer usage perspective, and also it gives, as part of diversity, we want to give young researchers a chance. Today, a lot of the applications are for the youth, and young researchers are better understanding applications of the youth. We also want to ensure that the practices and the processes are diverse, and it's a two-way relationship between whoever the researcher is and the actual practitioner of the outcome of the research. Next is the anticipation and reflection. So you must understand the current context for research and innovation. If you do not know the root cause analysis, then or the root cause for that matter, and you don't do an analysis based on the root cause, you are unable to understand the fundamental perspectives behind the different diverse issues in hand. Now, considering the environmental, economic, and social impact of research projects, which always lead to the new innovations that are coming up, a very important scaling is the timelines. So you could do short-term research, you could do long-term impact research, but addressing the actual problem, whether it's climatic, environmental, economic, or social impact, is key here. Now you got to reflect onto the definitions of the problem, which means that once you're done with the research, you have to have post-reflections. You have to reflect against your research, and that comes up to the next point, where you got to open up the changes in a very good directive and positive direction. Why? Because you have to put a strategy in place so that your research has continuity to it. There are future steps that can be taken by other researchers who want to carry on with your research, and that will always be there, because as part of the evolution of innovation on new projects, the future steps are important. And lastly, you want to ensure there's capacity building. So here it involves two stakeholders. One is the individual as a researcher, and the institution who is housing, funding, and supporting the researcher. The next variable is responsiveness and adaptation. So as you can see, year in, year out, there are new tech trends being developed. So you as a researcher must be able to adopt and adapt these new emerging knowledge, data, perspectives, tools, skills, and have your own view and own application optimizations towards these technologies. Now, you have to have an evaluation done by the stakeholders, so you have to collaborate with them. And whatever it is, the basic thing about research is that it always has to be niche, which means that it has got to be a very in-depth area, and obviously it has to be new. It is not duplicated, and this is where the ethical part comes in. It cannot be something that has already been done by another person. That would be redundant. Now, the thought process and the behavior of the researcher, you have to always have that thinking outside the box mentality. Within the roles and responsibilities of a research group, you must be pulling out from the conventional methods of doing research, because research is not something that is very long. A lot of the research is now going into short to mid-term. You cannot do 3 years of research and 5 years of research, because then your outcome would be totally outdated and you would not be competitive. And the lastly is the structure that is in place. That means the governance of your research group your research team, and the institution itself. That's very important because that is the overarching responsibility that any institution for research matters. Right. I told you that I'll give you some samples of European Union. So if and that's a vital part of research is always funding. You may have the expertise, but if you don't have the funds to drive and ensure that the engine is running for your research team or your research project, then you are basically a stagnant researcher. You cannot move. So if you look at the funding examples, and this is taken out of context over 2019-2020, in the EU, they have contributed heavy funds in these 5 areas. So they've contributed 9.2 billion euros in total. And you see the 5 areas that they cover. They're all very tech and digital based research. And you start with the highest one being high performance computing. So to go in tandem with the current technology requirements, the new AI findings, high performance computing will always be required. So that's 2.7 billion euros. Next is AI itself, making things smart, making redundancy eradicated, automating most of the functions, whether it's manufacturing or any other type of business operations. You look at transformation. So a lot of the companies are having digital transformation in place, and the interoperability between businesses. That's another area. Obviously, when we talk about people, then we talk about advanced digital skills and how do we train, how do we build skills within the non-digital entity or people. And lastly, if you're going digital and if you're deploying technology, then the privacy and the trust comes in, and cybersecurity will always be there because each time you get hacked, you have to learn from it and protect for the future. So these are funding examples from the EU, and they cover these 5 big areas. Now, if you look at governance, and here I want to share the key novelties of how the Horizon Europe was conducted. So Horizon Europe is conducted, and is a terminology given by the European Commission, where they have the governance in place. And you look at this point in time, the support breakthrough in terms of new innovations, and all the new innovations are held by the European Innovation Council. So the council is a go-to place whereby you can deploy your innovation, and they will then take it to the next step of ensuring IPs are taken care of, and ensuring that you have a point of say using your innovation for the betterment of humanity. And next one is getting the citizens' involvement, and this is actually the research and innovation mission, whereby the funding is given not only to IHLs, but they're given to people who are able to innovate. And lastly, they extend their funding to associations outside EU, bringing in the expert brains and to collaborate with the EU researchers. And there is an open science policy whereby there's no restrictions in terms of how you want to conduct your research, the sources that you're taking data from, and stuff like that. And then you have the funding itself, and how do you get funding. So the money may not necessarily come from EU, but it can come from the industry within EU. So it doesn't come from the commission, it comes from the industry, and then partnerships are formed. And as part of the partnerships is the encouragement to participate. So that is basically spreading the awareness of research and rewarding people with ideas. So this is the governance that the EU or the European Commission has run in terms of Horizon Europe. Lastly, I want to cover these 3 future trends. So I've shortlisted the future trends into 3 main areas. So it's interesting because I look at people and centricity, and that's your first area which I've defined. So although the pandemic has changed many people on how they work, and interact within organizations. People are still the center of all businesses. Businesses can't be fully automated. Businesses run based on what people do for the business. But what drives business to be more efficient, it's how it's getting more digitalized and in terms of the process functions within the business environment. So you see two areas here which will be covered quite widely in the coming future, which is the internet of behaviors. Yeah. So a good example is what was demonstrated by the COVID-19 monitoring example. Yeah. So the IOB, which is the internet of behavior, is all about using data to change behaviors. Yeah. So there was an increase in technologies that basically gather the digital dust of daily life, and then data that spans the digital and physical world. And that information now can be used to influence behavior through what we use a terminology called feedback loops. Now, these can be in all kinds of functions. So you have commercial vehicles that are running, the telematics that are used for behavioral of the drivers, yeah, from sudden braking to aggressive turns. So then companies, for example, can use that data to improve driver performance, routing of the journey, and also the safety of the vehicle itself. But not only the safety of the vehicle, safety of anyone in the same traffic on the road. So that's the internet of behavior as an example. And then, of course, we use AI, and AI is a very wide area. But AI is now being deployed to as not only as part of the digital transformation, but it is also being deployed to make things more efficient and bring sources together so that they can be monitored in a very smart way. And there are many societal implications based on AI engineering. Now, the second one is basically the location independence. So COVID-19 has shifted where employees, customers, suppliers, or any organization in terms of the ecosystem that was physically existed. Now it is remote, and location independence basically requires technology shift to support this new version of the business. So when we talk about the new business, we talk about businesses running in the virtual world, businesses running remotely, lesser and lesser face-to-face contact. Now, what is important is that to maintain total experience. So you can do anywhere operations, but your experience must be maintained. Because when it comes to experience, any sale, for example, is based on usage experience. Any product that is created is always based on an experience that has to be put into the thought process for the development of the product. So total experience combines multi experiences, customer experience, for example, employee experience, a user experience, and this is now used to transform business outcomes. So the goal here is to actually improve the overall experience where all of these pieces intersect, and then basically you're taking from technology to employees to customers and users. Yeah, and it's very important to tightly link all these experiences as opposed to individually improving each one in a silo format, because there is a differentiation from a business perspective from each competitor. So how do you differentiate each competitor will be difficult once you are able to detect and ensure that you don't have replications and you are creating a sustainable competitive advantage. Yeah? So one good example here is telecommunications. Yeah. So I know in Malaysia there's one telecommunication company that has actually transformed its entire customer experience, and in an effort to actually improve safety and satisfaction. So what it has done is actually it has deployed an appointment system via an existing app. So they got an app, a mobile app or a web app, and they've actually deployed an appointment system whereby when customers arrive for their appointment, they and come within 75 feet of the store, they will receive two pings. One, a notification to guide them through the check-in process, and two, an alert that lets them know how long it would be before they could safely enter the store, and maintain social distancing. So this is the new norm, isn't it? Social distancing. So the company has actually adjusted its service to include more digital kiosks and enable employees to use their own tablets so that they can be able to co-browse customers' devices without having to physically touch the device or the hardware itself. So there's non-contact there. So this is location independence. The next and last area is resilient delivery. So whether there's a pandemic or a recession or any form of volatility in the world today, organizations are prepared to pivot and adapt any kind of weather disruption. So if I talk about ensuring that there is resilience in your delivery, we talk about 4 areas here. We talk about privacy enhancing computation. We talk about distributed cloud, where a lot of data is there, and we can't just keep on keeping the data in our servers. So we have to use the cloud, and the clouds are there for one purpose of data warehousing. And then you have the cybersecurity mesh, which now keeps you secure in terms of your network. And of course, there's hyper automation that gets you onto that efficient scale in terms of automating a lot of your processes. Now, if I take one area of privacy enhancing computation, which I earlier mentioned as well, they are basically protecting the data while it's being used. So you got to trust the environment in which the data itself is sensitive, but it can be processed and analyzed, and that's one area. Now, the second is performing processing and analytics in a decentralized manner. And the third is encrypting the data and using the correct algorithms before you actually start processing and doing the analytics. So these are 3 areas which require a high level of computation, but it allows you to keep your data at that secure and enhancing the privacy of it as well. Now, what this does is that it's a trend that enables organizations to collaborate or research securely across the regions, and you don't sacrifice your confidentiality. And that's another research area, because if you're going to go into research cross borders, then this now will become an enabler by itself. Because it's been there, it's designed to specifically increase the need to share data while maintaining privacy or security, and this is an important area. So distributed cloud is basically the future of cloud. It will definitely enable organizations to have these services physically closer with the low latency scenarios. And it will reduce data costs, and now you can accommodate laws that perhaps will later dictate data, but at least you can maintain within a certain geographical area. And I think a lot of companies are going to benefit this, and I reiterate that distributed cloud is the future of cloud. Basically, anywhere operations based on location independence, the power of the people in terms of the internet behavior, how we do things in a very resilient method of delivery, 3 future trends. So if I cover these areas and then I project this to different industries, different applications, different utilizations, they will all come back to these 3 areas basically. And ladies and gentlemen, those are my short description of the future trends. At this point in time, I am unable to answer any question
Thank you so much, Dr. Vinesh. We are so delighted and so happy to be seeing you with us this afternoon. Thank you for sharing your most precious time with us. And now, to honor our very own keynote speaker this afternoon to help us award the certificate of recognition, we have virtually our very own Vice President for Academics and Research, Dr. Echel Simon Antero, and our President, Dr. Estrella O. Simon. Let me read the content of the certificate. All right. First City Providencial College, this certificate of recognition is awarded to Professor and Dr. Vinesh Tirush Shelvam as keynote speaker in the Institutional Virtual Research Colloquium 2021 with the theme FCPC's Strengthening Research Collaboration Towards a Resilient Educational Community in the New Normal for Lifelong Learning. Given this 21st day of May 2021 via Zoom app, signed Vice President for Academics and Research, Dr. Echel Simon Antero, and FCPC President, Dr. Estrella O. Simon. To our Zoom participants, please show your love once again to Dr. Vinesh by reacting your virtual clap or hearts available in your Zoom app. There you go. Thank you so much once again. And we will now be moving on to the very exciting part of today's colloquium. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tertiary Education Student Research Presentation. Before we finally proceed to our respective presenters this afternoon, of course, our Zoom participants will be divided into two groups, all right? So before we do that, it is my honor to be introducing to you our set of panelists this afternoon. First up is our first panelist, finished his Doctor of Philosophy in Education major in Filipino and Doctor of Education major in Educational Management in University of Batangas. Presently, he is a teacher in Senior High School Department at Concepcion Integrated School, Concepcion 1, Marikina City. He is also a part-timer, an assistant professional lecturer in School of Multidisciplinary Studies, Filipino Area de La Salle College of St. Benil, and of course, our very own research coordinator and a faculty member under the College of Accountancy of First City Providencial College. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Eloy Enel. Next up, he finished his MS Statistics, major in Statistics, minor in Business Management in University of the Philippines, Los Baños, Laguna. He is also a freelance statistician and research consultant and a professor and thesis advisor in Jesus Reigns Christian College, Amadeo, Cavite. Our second panelist, Mr. Jason L. Humara. Our third panelist finished his master's in engineering program, major in computer engineering way back in 2003 at Technological University of the Philippines. Then eventually pursue his doctoral degree in philosophy in developmental education the year 2014 in Metro Manila College, Novaliches. And right now, he is the laboratory head of computer engineering in Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Santa Mesa, Manila, Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, show some love for Dr. Antonio Yango Velasco.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Our fourth panelist is a licensed chemical engineer, licensed professional teacher, and a part-timer for Food and Drug Administration, qualified person in Industry Regulatory Affairs representative. He is also a faculty member from the Bachelor of Science in Psychology, College of Liberal Arts in German European School, Manila, Swaziland, Better Living, Parañaque City. He has the International Baccalaureate Diploma Program and a physics mathematics teacher, and also an international general curriculum for secondary education, physics and chemistry teacher. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Roberto Lizardo. And our fifth panelist, the very dynamic and energetic Pakukoa accreditor and a faculty member from the College of Education in First City Providencial College, where she finished, she finished Doctor of Education with specialization in Educational Management. She is also the College Dean under the College of Education and a Research Development Director in University of Manila. And she is the appointed resident coordinator of SAFE Network based in Indonesia to represent the Republic of the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Lourdes Sabile. And to complete our set of panelists this afternoon, the last but certainly not the least, our last panelist studied microbiology at University of the Philippines, Las Bañas in Laguna, and also the head of the Bachelor of Science in Biology under the College of Allied Medical Sciences in First City Providencial College. First citizens, let me give you Mr. Edmerson Geronimo.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Sir Ed. There you have it. To our Zoom participants, you will have to click the breakout room icon found at the lower center part of your Zoom screen, then choose the group where you belong. We will be dividing our Zoom participants into two groups. Our group A is composed of 4 college departments, namely the College of Medical Sciences, College of Computer Studies, College of Education, and College of Engineering. For Group B, we have the College of Liberal Arts, College of Criminal Justice, and College of Business Management. You may join now. To our panelists, just wait for a notification pop up in your Zoom screen wherein you need to click join for you to be automatically be prompted to your respective group. There you have it. You may now join, especially to the other members, participants of our main room. You may now click your respective group for us to start with our breakout session for the tertiary level student research presentation. There you have it. And we are also live via YouTube channel, official YouTube channel of First City Providencial College. So to all our participants in our Facebook Live, you may also join us because it has been already posted in our FCPC page. There you have it. Calling the attention of our ICT department team, please do assign or invite our panelists to go to their own respective group. Thank you so much. Before I proceed transferring over. There. And College of Engineering. Let's just wait for the other participants to join in our group before we start with our presenters. So I'm going to be sharing you the first presenters. The first presenters will be under the College of Education, where we have 5 presenters. All right. So the first group who will be presenting will be Alfredo Della Torre Jr. The next one is Colleen De La Paz, Mark Grabillo, Rose Minda Daileg, together with April and Lyra, and Mary Joy, Amireta, and Kyle Ikan for the College of Education. Thank God we also have our guest presenters this afternoon, all the way from the Philippine Women's University Graduate School of Education. Later on, they will be also presenting their research. All right, just a few moments, please be patient. Thank you so much. All right, there you go. Let us just check our panelists. If they are already here, then once they are good to go, then we can start. Okay, let me check. Of course, Doc Antonio is already here. Sir Eloy is already here.
Yes, Miss Jess. And then if I may ask, the abbreviation of each college, do they have abbreviation for each course, Miss Jess? So that at least I'll be able to figure out who will be the first. Are they arranged chronologically per college or per college rather?
They are being arranged according to their college. So for the first college will be the College of Education.
COD, am I right, is the abbreviation, Miss Jess? Thank you.
For the COBM, that is College of Business Management.
COD. I'm referring with COD. Is that for College of Education or COD?
Sorry for that, sir. That will be College of Engineering.
Okay. How about the College of Education, Miss Jess? Sorry for my question.
That is co-ed.
Co-ed. Okay, noted. Thank you. And good luck to each and everyone.
All right. Thank you so much, Sir Eloy. Let's just wait for the other panelists. Sir, I think he's already here. Sir Humarang.
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon.
All right. So I think we're good to go. Is our first presenter good to go? Let's start with Mr. Alfredo T. De La Torre Jr. So again, you are only given 7 minutes to present. Then after each college, you will be asked by our panelists respectively. So Mr. Alfredo T. De La Torre Jr., your timer starts now. You may now share your presentation through our share screen button. Thank you.
One of the main objectives of social studies is to produce active citizens that will be a catalyst for change. But the question is, how will it happen if the students are uninterested or unmotivated in studying it? A pleasant afternoon to all of you. I'm Alfredo De La Torre from the College of Education, currently taking Bachelor of Secondary Education major in Social Studies, and today I'll be presenting my research titled Student Engagement and Motivation of Students in Studying Social Studies, a correlational study. McGeary blamed the standardizing of test questionnaires and focusing on developing literacy and mathematical skills as the cause why social studies curriculum starting to disappear. Fletcher and Hefner also found out that social studies have the lowest priority among the other course subjects, and it resulted to students being uninterested and unmotivated in social studies. The main objective of this research is to determine the relationship between student engagement and the motivation of students in studying social studies. Specifically, the study aims to assess if there is a significant relationship between student engagement and their motivation in social studies, determine the relationship of student engagement subskills to the overall motivation level. Number 3, determine the relationship of overall student engagement level to the motivation subskill. Number 4 is determine the relationship between the subskills of each variable. And number 5 is to determine the better predictor of motivation in studying social studies. For the related literature, the Glossary of Education Reform defines student engagement as the ways and techniques that are being used to engage students in the learning process. Kikuglu defined motivation as a goal-oriented process or something that pushes them to do something. On the other hand, Oleinka defines social studies as a study that is connected to all of the aspects of human being. For the related studies, Fletcher on 2015 found out that student engagement is a strong indicator of how effective classroom instruction is. Devi and Madhumati also found out that students are more motivated if they have personal connection to the topic or discussion. Fletcher and Hefner found that social studies have the lowest priority and being taught only for 20 to 30 minutes in other countries. For a theoretical framework, I utilize 3 theories: the self-determination theory, the self-efficacy theory, and the learning by doing. And we can see on the table the content of these theories. But for the implication of this theory in the current study, student engagement is an application of student-centered learning in which students influence the studies, activities, materials, and the pace of learning. Pace of learning, it describes the autonomy that is mentioned in the self-determination theory. Students are also active participants in learning. It describes the learning by doing. And with this, they will be equipped with the necessary knowledge and skills that they will be needed. It includes the competence in the self-efficacy theory and will also develop a sense of belongingness in class. And it includes the relatedness. For the scope and limitation, I use purposive and convenient sampling method in selecting the respondents since the biggest limitation is in data gathering procedure since it can only be done online. These participants were from grade 12 humanities and social science track at First City Providential College. Methodology, the study takes place at First City Providential College and the participants were from grade 12 humanities since their subjects includes a lot of social studies discipline. Survey questionnaires were also used to gather data. And for the data gathering procedure, the researcher first asked permission from the Dean of the College of Education, then contacted one representative from each class, and then used Google Form to distribute the questionnaire to the respondents. Data gathering instruments were used first the student engagement in school scale with a Cronbach alpha of 0.90 to measure the student engagement. It is a 33-item questionnaire and uses a 5-point Likert scale. To measure the motivation of the students, social studies motivation scale were used, wherein it has a Cronbach alpha of 0.79. It also uses a 5-point Likert scale. Person product moment of correlation was used to determine the relationship of the variables. The results on specific objective number 1, it can be seen through the table that there is a very weak to no correlation between student engagement and motivation of students, where the correlation value is negative 0.75 and significance value of 0.623. It implies that student engagement has very little to no influence at all to the motivation of students in studying social studies. For the objective 2, it can be seen through a table that the behavioral student engagement and cognitive student engagement have significant correlation to the motivation of the students, with behavioral student engagement having correlation value of negative 0.322 and significance value of 0.029. It has negative and significant relationship to the motivation, while cognitive student engagement having correlation value of 0.327 and significance value of 0.026 have positive and significant relationship to the motivation. For the objective 3, it can be seen through a table that only the intrinsic motivation of the students has a significant relationship with the overall student engagement level, having the correlation value of 0.363 and significance value of 0.13. It implies that student engagement only influences the intrinsic motivation of the students in particular. For the objective number 4, we can see on the table that among the subscales of both student engagement and motivation, only the cognitive student engagement and the intrinsic motivation have significant relationship with each other with a correlation value of 0.557 and significance value of lower than 0.01, and it implies that only the cognitive student engagement in particular influences the intrinsic motivation of the students. For the objective number 5, it was hypothesized that cognitive student engagement is the better predictor of motivation. And we can see through the table that the cognitive student engagement having the t-value of 3.239 implies that the hypothesis is correct, and compared to the other two dimensions of student engagement, cognitive student engagement also has the highest t-value. For the conclusion on objective number 1, it can be concluded that student engagement has very little to no influence at all to the motivation of the students. The result is also different to the majority of the studies we can read, wherein it states that student engagement and motivation have significant relationship with each other. The recommendation, future researchers may also use other scales or revised questionnaires to measure the variables. It is also advisable to conduct it in a face-to-face since the current learning modalities might be a factor to how the respondents answer the skills, which is also a new discussion for future researchers. For conclusion 2, cognitive student engagement proved to influence the motivation of the students, and it also supports the findings of Blumenfeld, in which they found out that higher cognitive student engagement means higher motivation. For behavioral student engagement, this finding is opposing the findings of Froiland, in which they found out that BSE helps to build the motivation of the students. For the recommendation, the scale I used only includes 3 dimensions of student engagement, and future researchers may also use the new or developed 4 dimensions that includes agency or the social engagement as the 4th dimension of student engagement. Teachers should also aim to improve the cognitive engagement in class, such as guiding them to learn and what they are supposed to learn in a topic, because according to scale, it has the lowest point on the cognitive student engagement. For the conclusion 3, intrinsic motivation is the only dimension of motivation where student engagement has influence too. With a positive relationship between the two, it implies that student engagement increases, their intrinsic motivation also increases. It also supports the findings of Said in Zinner, in which they found out that students participate and engage themselves on activities because they are intrinsically motivated to learn. The conclusion part, teachers and institutions may also develop a program that will include different student engagement and strategies that will help students to be more intrinsically motivated. As Yildirim in 2017 mentioned, that intrinsic motivation is also effective in studying as it helps the students to value more their accomplishments and hard works. For the conclusion 4, results indicated that among the sub-skills of student engagement and motivation, only the cognitive student engagement and the motivation has the significant relationship with each other. It implies that cognitive student in particular only influences the intrinsic motivation. The current result also supports the previous results of this study that cognitive student engagement is the only dimension of student engagement that have significant relationship to the motivation, and intrinsic motivation the only dimension of significant relationship to the overall student engagement level. It also supports the findings of Said in Zinner, in which they found out that students are cognitively engaged in activities because they are intrinsically motivated to learn. For the recommendation, teachers should pay more attention in creating activities that will engage their students cognitively, as it greatly influences their students' intrinsic motivation to learn. Students should also involve themselves in cognitive related activities to improve their cognitive or their intrinsic motivation rather. The objective 5, among the dimensions of student engagement, cognitive student engagement is found out to be the better predictor of the motivation. It also supports the findings of Ezinier, in which they found out that students who are cognitively engaged in their studies that must improve their motivation in studying, but also their overall academic performance. For the recommendation for number 5, improving the cognitive student engagement through different cognitive related activities should also be a priority of teachers and institutions, as it found out that cognitive student engagement increases the motivation of students and their academic performance as well. For the significance of the study, first, for different educational institutions, it will help them to understand how their programs and policies became a reason to why there are disengaged or uninterested and unmotivated students, and they can also support or help them develop programs on how to counter the negative effects of their actions. For teachers, the findings of this research will help them to understand how engaging their students in class will be a tool for them to motivate their students and to create activities for them to help them engage more. For students, it also helps them to understand that they will learn more and be motivated more if they will be participating in different class discussions or group works. And lastly, for future researchers, this paper can also be used as a reference or a tool to find more references For those who are also discussing the same variable, which is the student engagement and the motivation of students in studying social studies. For the impact of the research, the knowledge and information provided can be used by different educational institutions and their adjustment on their school policies and having different educational reforms. As mentioned in this study, education reforms and the shifting on focus of education are some of the reasons why social studies curriculum started to disappear and why students develop a negative impression and they feel bored or they think that it is irrelevant in studying. It can be used by different institutions and policymakers as the basis for the changes that they will be bringing as their actions greatly affects the future of the social studies curriculum. And before I end, I just want to share the recent finding of Deming, wherein he find out that the growing trend on the labor market is hiring workers with high social skills and receiving higher payment compared to the workers with mathematical skills. With that, it proves that social studies as a core subject is still important as it deals with the interaction of the people in the community and will eventually improve the skills that can be used in the bigger world. And that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alfredo. Colleen de la Paz, your turn. You may now share your screen.
Stress is part of life. Thus, the best thing we can do is to find joy in what we are doing. A pleasant afternoon to everyone, especially to our research panelists. I am Colleen de la Paz, a student from the College of Education, presenting my research paper, Stressors, the Future Teachers in the New Platform of Education, an action research toward the stress management program. Stress is the mental tension caused by certain circumstances. However, stress management is consisting of changes in a situation that they might feel stress. According to Lugrat, Hina in September 2019, stress is a permanent part of the human life. This research used perceived stress scale by Sheldon Cohen. It's a psychological instrument for measuring the perception of stress. There are three levels of stress: acute stress, episodic stress, and chronic stress. For the statement of the problem, this study aims to understand the source of the future teachers in the new platform of education in order to come up with a stress management program specific for online learning. Specifically, this research aims the following: identify the demographic profile of the respondents in terms of age, gender, and year level, determine the level of stress of the future teachers, examine if the stress level of future educators significantly influence age, gender, and year level. This research utilizes a quantitative type of research to support the quantitative data which would be yield. Specifically, this study aims to examine the factors causing stress to future teachers in the new platform of education, evaluate the attitude of future teachers about the strategies they utilize to counter stress, and create stress management program for the future educators. To sum up with their ideas from the research keywords and variables, distance learning find difficulties for the students because of lack of learning materials to use. However, online learning can affect the academic performance of the students because of lack of internet access and supported technology in distance learning. For the theoretical framework, those frameworks have a relationship in this research to support and measure the causing stress of the person, also views on different stressors due to adjustment and complex environment. This research utilized correlational methods to measure demographic variables related to participation and its relationship to the stress level of future educators. Also, this paper used survey questions and interview to know the factors that cause stress among future educators. Then, the researcher proposed an intervention plan for the stress management program. This research conducted at First City Prudential College by using convenient sampling method with the target participants of 40 College of Education students who are enrolled this year 2020 to 2021 from first to fourth year. In order to assure the manageability of the collected data, the questionnaire used Likert scale and interview session. For the methodology, the research setting at First City Prudential College by using convenient sampling. The respondents are from first to fourth year education students The material used survey questionnaire through Google Form, interview through Google Meet, Zoom, and social media app. The data gathering procedures, the researcher asked permission, the dean approved the letter, and each year level there were 1 to 12 students who answered the Google form. The response got the highest and the lowest score will proceed to the interview. The information gathered will analyzed and evaluated. Data gathering instruments, it's used mixed method, correlation descriptive research, perceived stress gain, and structured interview. For the statistical treatment, rating scale, correlation, chi-square, ranking, and thematic analysis. For the quantitative part, demographic profiles of the respondents shows in this table. There are 40 respondents from first to fourth year education students. Their age starts from 18 to 34 years old, and each Google form was equally divided from fourth to third year students. And for the fourth year, only 4 who answered the Google form. The level of stress in the future teachers is moderate stress, with an average score of mean 22.8 and standard deviation of 4.7. According to Daniel 2020, due of distance learning, the most common reasons why educators get stressed are because of unstable internet connections, lack of gadgets to use, and floods of paperwork. The stress level of the future educators significantly influence in age, gender, and year level. Let me summarize the objective number 3. The data shows that there is significant relationship in gender and stress level. According to the study of American Psychological Association 2021, men and women reported different reaction of stress. Based on their statistics, the most likely affected in stress is women because of some symptoms in physical and emotional stress. Moreover, there is no significant relationship between age and year level. Ahi Elnaka 2021 stated that there is no difference in level of expressed academic, and also age has no influence with academic stress. In other words, it is depending on the individuals to get stressed and that based on their age and their level. For the qualitative part, the factor causing stress of the future teachers in the new platform of education is the unstable internet connection because of some students use only mobile data and trying to find signals or connection. According to participant number 18, she needs to climb to the roof during an exam just to get good internet connection. Other reasons are lack of gadgets, environment, poor time management, and academic pressure. For the objective number 2, the attitude of future teachers about the strategies they utilize to counter stress are listing their tasks, self-motivation, and stress reliever activity. According to Scott 2019, there are top 10 stress management, but it also depends on the learners on how they can manage their stress. For the objective number 3, the interview suggested different ways to counter stress that will enable to create stress management program. The listed activity will help the students and future teachers to handle their stress and to learn stress management by learning different techniques to reduce and release stress. Due to distance learning, most of respondents answered that common factors of stress are the unstable internet connection and academic pressure. Based on the computed data, it shows that the level of stress in the College of Education is moderate stress. On the other hand, there is correlation between the gender and level of stress, while there is no correlation in age and year level of students and level of stress. Lastly, this research suggests a stress management program for future educators. For the recommendation, based on the findings and conclusion of the study, the following recommendation is hereby offered. First, attending some webinars and stress reliever program that can help future teachers to learn stress despite this pandemic. The students should learn to value their time by ensuring and utilizing time management through this matrix. And the parents should give time and effort to their child in this time of pandemic to avoid serious disorders such as depression and anxiety. For the significance of the study, for the administration and teachers, this study provides pieces of information about the stressor of future teachers in the new platform of education. Using that information, hopefully, they will be able to come up with a proper solution that will not address the stress level being experienced in the online learning. For the students, to handle their stress and improve their stress management. Also, it will serve as a guide and reference for undertaking similar studies. Then for the parents, this research will help them understand and address their concerns with the stressor and challenges that their child are experiencing because of online learning. For the impact of the research, distance learning is alternative way of teaching in this time of pandemic. This research revealed that learning is not a justification to focus on knowledge, but also let the students to learn valuable all the learning experience they have, and to learn counter stress and other psychological problems. According to Octavelina and Muslim 2020, the best solution of this time of distance learning is to have good communication between the students and teachers, and also this is the best way to keep in touch with the students who suffer and find difficulties in the new platform education. Lastly, before I formally end of my presentation, I just want to leave a quote. Don't make yourself tie in the chain of stress and the prison of depression. Instead, make it a challenge to develop your potential and also your training ground of your success. That's it will all. Thank you.
Good job, Colleen. Thank you so much. After our 5 presenters in the College of Education, please stand by our guest presenters from the Philippine Women's University Graduate School of Education. Thank you so much. So next up, Mr. Mark Grabillo, your timer starts now.
According to parentingskill.com, the best way to get your child to listen to you is to develop a meaningful relationship with them without judgment and anger. A pleasant afternoon to everyone and to the research panelists. I'm Mark Grabillo from the home of the Mentors of Excellence, the College of Education, a third-year student taking Bachelor of Elementary Education, and I'm here to present to you my research titled The Relationship of Parental Involvement and Student Engagement in Online Learning. Parents are the primary educators before the child attends or begins school in the early years, and they remain a significant influence on the learning of their children during school and beyond. Parents, particularly in an online learning environment, have a direct influence on the education of their children. This quantitative research aims to understand and analyze the relationship between the two variables, which are parental involvement and students' engagement with online learning. According to Garcia and Thornton 2014, learners with parents or caregivers who engage in the education of learners earn higher grades, have better social skills, and display improved behavior. Next, for the objective, this research primarily aims to determine the relationship between parents' involvement and students' engagement in online learning. Specifically, this research aims to answer the following. Number 1, determine the levels of parental involvement based on the perception of students and parents. Number 2, assess the students' engagement levels of the students in online learning. And number 3, evaluate if parents' involvement has significant relationship to students' engagement in online learning. And for number 4.
Mark, sorry to cut you off, but your presentation disappeared.
Yes,
yeah, can you reshare screen it again? Thank you.
And
there you go.
Okay.
All right.
Let's proceed to our objectives. For the objectives, this research primarily aims to determine the relationship between parents' involvement and students' engagement in online learning. Specifically, this research aims to answer the following. Number 1, determine the levels of parental involvement based on the perception of students and parents. Number 2, assess the students' engagement levels of the students in online learning. And number 3, evaluate if parents' involvement has significant relationship to students' engagement in online learning. And for number 4, the researcher will propose intervention model that will help increase parental involvement and students' engagement in online learning. For the related literature and studies, this research is supported by the different literature and studies. According to the study of Kaisar and Jemerson 2018, Several studies indicate increased academic achievement and engagement with students that have involved parents. For the theoretical framework, this section, for the theoretical framework, this section delineates three key theories: the theory of cognitive growth of Piaget, the sociocultural theory of Vygotsky, and the theory of ecological structure of Bronfenbrenner. Next, according to Pryor and Gerard 2007, in support with the theory of Lev Vygotsky, which is sociocultural theory, family is their first teacher and their first learning takes place in the community, and parents make a major contribution to a child's development and academic achievement. Next, for the conceptual framework, the diagram in figure 1 shows the relationship of variables under study. The researcher will try to determine if the hypothesis will be proved as true to come up with necessary interventions that will not only help students become more engaged, but also help parents become more involved in various ways to their children's academic and personal lives. Next, for the scope and limitations, this study focuses on the students who are currently enrolled in different schools under online learning and their respective parents who live in San Jose del Monte, Bulacan. Next, for the research methodology, this research used quantitative type of research utilizing scale that measures the independent and dependent variables. Respondents of this study are the students who attend online class and their parents. The researcher gave 3 sets of survey forms, 1 for parents and 2 for the students. The instruments that the researcher used are parental involvement mechanism measurement scale with a Cronbach alpha of 0.90, online student engagement scale with a Cronbach alpha of 0.91, the students perceived parental encouragement scale with a Cronbach alpha of 0.85. The Cronbach alpha is from an open source that is provided by the researchers. To calculate how good the relationship between the 2 variables, correlation coefficients were used. Next. For the result, for objective number 1, it is shown on the table that the average score of the participants in the student perceived parental encouragement scale with a mean of 107.6 with a standard deviation of 6.8. In figure 3, it shows the distribution of scores. The result can suggest that respondents have high perceived parental encouragement. According to the study, if parents help their children and students have good relationship with their parents, this has a positive effect on students' school participation. The mean score obtained by the respondents in the parental involvement scale with a mean of 296.25 with a standard deviation of 4.85. In figure 4, the distribution of score in the parental involvement scale showed that parents are highly involved in students' learning. According to Macroney and Wupter 2019, parent support has demonstrated significant contributions to the success of learners in a virtual learning environment. Next, for the objective number 2, Table 2 showed that the average score of MINT is equal to 87.95 with a standard deviation of 3.57. It can be implied in figure 5, which is the distribution of score in online student engagement, that the respondents' average score means that they have high engagement. For the objective number 3, it is revealed through the correlation analysis conducted using person-product-moment correlation that parental involvement has a positive yet weak correlation to the online student engagement. The value of P, which is equal to 0.91, is above the 0.5 level, which could imply that parental involvement does not significantly influence students' engagement in online classes. According to the Niel 2013, parental participation is likely to diminish through middle and high school years. For the objective number 4, the model is a representation of how students will become more engaged and how parents will become more involved in the learning process, especially in online learning. Central to the model is the online learning, and there are 2 personal motivators, which are involvement and engagement. B model suggests the 3 major factors that can influence the increase of students' engagement. Number 1 is the interest, the students' accountability, and the self-motivation of the students. The students should look for ways on how online learning will become interesting for them, and if the students are accountable, they will become more responsive to their actions, learning, and it can help them to improve academic achievements. Nowadays, students are unmotivated and they tend to become uninterested in the things that they do. Self-motivation is important for the students to achieve their goals. And when they feel fulfilled, they will become more engaged in the class. Also, the model defines several forms of involvement, especially for parents. This model suggests the four major factors for parents. Number one is modeling, instruction, reinforcement, and encouragement. Um, Students will learn from their parents' actions, and they would be inspired to learn if they see their parents engage in school activities. Parental instruction comes in the form of social interactions between parents and child. During involvement activities, they exchange ideas about learning strategies, procedures, and outcomes. Parental reinforcement focuses on parents reinforcing behaviors that help students build and maintain positive learning characteristics. The aim of parental encouragement is parents' explicit effective support for participating students in school or learning-related activities. Next. After creating the model, the researcher does the different programs for students and parents that will help increase parental involvement and student engagement in online learning. The researcher provided a list of activities for the students to become more engaged in online learning and also a webinar for the parents so that they will know what are the things that they need to do or to have a successful relationship with their children. Next. For the conclusion, for objective number one, the level of perception of parents and students in parental involvement was high. The researcher recommended that students should sustain the good relationship that they have with their parents. And for parents, continue to encourage your children for them to become successful in school and later in life. Next, for the conclusion number two, the researcher concluded that students have high engagement in school online learning. Next, the researcher recommended that students should continue the level of interest towards the topic being taught, their interaction with the content, instructor, and peers. Next, for the conclusion number three, parental involvement does not significantly influence students' engagement in online classes. The researcher recommended that, next, in the online learning environment, parents should spend more time and be involved in students' activities. The result of this study also indicated the need for more research. This research can be improved further by identifying and evaluating the different factors in obtaining the two variables, which are parental involvement and students' engagement. The researcher thinks that the students are adjusting to the situation. Conducting another research and gathering data can help this research to have a better result. The researcher only gathered a small amount of data because of the different circumstances due to the limited time given, participants' availability, and the internet connection. The expected respondents are not met. For the conclusion number four, there are different factors that can affect the student's engagement and parental involvement. Lastly, for the recommendation, the researcher recommended that students and parents should identify those factors and reflect on what action they need to do in order to have a better connection. Time's up. Thank you for listening. And again, my name is Mark Gravillo from the College of Education.
Thank you so much, Mark. There you have it. So our next presenters will be a group presentation from Rosalinda Daileg, April Lyra from the second year Bachelor of Physical Education. You may now share your screen. Thank you. So this is going to be our fourth presenters, and your timer starts now.
Have you ever wondered why education is important? Ever since I was a child, my parents taught me that there is no end to education. Learning is a lifelong process, and we must live as if we were to die tomorrow and learn as if we were to live forever. Good afternoon to all of you, especially to our research panelists. I am Rosalinda Daileg, together with Mr. Alfredo De La Torre, Ms. Efrain Mariano, and Ms. Lyra Joy Mercado from the College of Education. And this afternoon, I would like to present our research titled The Relationship of Self-Regulation and Study Habits of the College of Education Students in FCPC Amidst the Pandemic. To formally start our presentation, I would like to take this opportunity to share to you that there is this article published in the year 2018 which states that we should know how to regulate ourselves. Thus, we should promote proper self-regulation to the students for best practices in online instruction.
The main objective of this research is to analyze the relationship of self-regulation with the study habits of the education student in the First City Providential College. Specifically, this study aims the following. First, identify the self-regulation level of the student. Second, determine the level of the study habit of the students. Third, analyze the relationship between self-regulation and the study habits of the education students.
With the related literature, according to the study of Adenini 2017, that good study habits allow students to study autonomously at home and aspire for higher educational careers. Also, according to Chandana 2016, study habits are the learning inclinations that empower students to work independently. With the related studies, according to the study of Jarvela and Jarvinoha 2016, that self-regulation is fundamental for the learning cycle of the students amidst pandemic. And also, as indicated by Carr and Singh 2020, study habits are more or less repeated actions and methods of studying to achieve the learning goals.
For the theoretical framework, we utilize several theories for this study: social cognitive theory, law of effect and exercise, and subsumption theory. But we highlighted Edward Stondite law of exercise, which emphasized repetition of actions, and the law of effect, which focuses on the effect of actions and behaviors. In relation to the current study, since study habits are considered to be repeated actions, it became more effective if students continue to do it, and this action will continue if it has positive effect on them.
With the conceptual framework, there are details considered in extracting the information essential for this study. The self-regulation and the study habits are the predictor and the criterion variables presented in the study. The study was conducted within the First City Providential College, but particularly in the College of Education, from first year to fourth year. Limitation included in the data gathering procedures since we are currently in online class, and the questionnaire can be online distributed. It can be difficult for us to conduct this study and to gather the necessary data for the respondents.
This is a quantitative design of research, specifically utilizing the correlational methods. The study covers the education students of First City Providential College, and a total of 110 students were chosen as respondents by probability simple random sampling. And the researchers used Google Forms to float the questionnaires through different social media platforms. We use online self-regulated learning questionnaire with a Cronbach alpha of 0.90 to measure the self-regulation of the students. In order to measure the study habits of the students, the study skills questionnaire with a Cronbach alpha of 0.95 was used, and both scale is a 10-item questionnaire and uses a 4-point Likert scale. The researchers also used the descriptive statistics and bivariate correlation coefficient, also known as the Pearson correlation coefficient, to analyze the quantitative data collected to figure out the relationship of self-regulation and the study habits amidst pandemic. And the data gathered were categorized into three. For low level of self-regulation, the mean score must be from 1 to 1.99, for moderate 2 to 2.99, and for high is 3 to 4. It can be seen through the table that 77 respondents or 70% are within the high level of self-regulation, 32 respondents or 29.1% for the moderate, and only 1 respondent or 0.9% for low level of self-regulation. It implies that the majority of the students have high level of self-regulation. For the result on objective 2, we also use the same standard on determining the level of study habits from low to high level. And we also can see on the table that similar results, wherein 77 respondents are within the high level, 32 for the moderate, and 1 respondent for low level. It implies that majority of the respondents can be considered to have a high level of study habits.
For the result on objective 3, it can be seen through the table that self-regulation has a significant and moderate positive relationship to the study habits of the students. With a correlation value of 0.696 and a significant value lower than 0.01, it implies that self-regulation moderately influences the study habits of the students. And for the objective 1 conclusion, it is a good indication that majority of the respondents are within the high level of self-regulation. Since having a high level of self-regulation, according to Jarvela and Jarvenoha 2019, it is also fundamental for learning cycle of students, especially during this time of pandemic.
We recommend that the students must not be ashamed and persistent in approaching the instructor to be able to get the proper help they need. With regards to the students concerned, according to the scale, the students are not persistent enough in getting the help from their instructor, which obtain the lowest rating.
The results indicated that majority of the students are also within the high level of study habits. It is also a good indication that majority of them have high level of study habits, since it was found out by Kahn 2016 that students who have efficient study habits are more likely to yield positive results, and that good study habits have positive effects on the academic performance of the students.
We recommend that the students must set their goals to help them manage their time for online classes, and they do not compromise their quality of their work for the reason that it is online. According to the scale, the student compromise their quality of their work, which obtain the lowest rating in the scale.
With the conclusion of Objective 3, it was revealed that the scores of the participants on self-regulation positively correlate with their study habits, and that there is a significant and moderate positive relationship between the two variables.
With the recommendation 3, students must understand the relationship between the self-regulation and the study habits to be able to perform well academically. Thus, it is evident that to regulate behavior and emotion at any given time and situation and acting on it appropriately is a predictor of well-being. Thus, who have a high self-regulation are also less likely to be overwhelmed or bothered by the situation that might stress them out and cause problem to them. This study will be useful to instructor, parents, students, and indeed future researchers, for they can easily adjust and understand the emotion and behavior regarding the study habits concerned respondents, as it holds the relationship between self-regulation and the study habits of the students.
And for the impact of the study, educational institutions, teachers, instructors, or even in companies will benefit from this study in a way that they can use the results and findings of this study to create intervention programs that will increase the self-regulation and effective study or work habits of an individual, since self-regulation is not just applicable on the education scene alone, but also on the other fields.
Thank you for listening. That is the end of our presentation. Again, I am Rose Pinda Dailec, together with Mr. Alfredo de la Torre, Ms. Efril Andrea Mariano, and Ms. Lyra Joy Mercado, and we are from the College of Education. Thank you.
Good job. Good job for our fourth presenter. So now, we will now be moving on to the last presenter under the College of Education. Heads up to our panelists, please prepare for the questions of each presenters. After this presentation, we will be proceeding with our Q&A. After Q&A, get ready for our guest presenters from the Philippine Women's University. Thank you so much. And for our fifth presenter for the College of Education, Colleen, Mary Joy, Emireta, and Kyle, your timer starts now.
Good day, everyone. With its mission of providing quality and world-class education, First City Providential College, in particular, the College of Education, ensures that its students are effective, efficient, and ethical by making them future-ready in this rapid world changing. With this present time, I would like to present our study titled Future Educators' Literacy Readiness in the 21st Century. Future educators have different skills in the 21st century that can utilize in the teaching process, but there are steps where they can be able to enhance those skills and help them to be ready to face challenges. According to HEAT 2020, the students should be able to adapt to the rapid changes and use this opportunity to improve their skills or develop their highest potential in terms of the digital world.
For the statement of the problem, the researchers use a mixed method. The first part is a quantitative method to determine the readiness of future teachers towards literacy skills in the 21st century. Specifically, this research aims to determine the demographic profile of the participants in terms of age, gender, and year level. Next. Evaluate the level of readiness in literacy skills for the 21st century and identify the most and least literacy skills of the future teachers in the 21st century. For the qualitative part of gathering data to gain additional information on how and why factors affecting the use of literacy skills in the 21st century. Specifically, the researcher will distinguish the hindrance of future teachers in literacy skills, identify the strengths and weaknesses of the technical skills of the future teachers, and evaluate the readiness of the future teachers in the digital world.
For our related literature and studies, This list of researchers and authors states that the teachers must show readiness in teaching the students, as well as the teacher must equip his or herself with the 21st century literacy skills to attain high level of teaching.
For theoretical framework, according to Thorndike and J. Theory, learning readiness is the prerequisite condition for the effective learning process among school students. The students cope with the changes in environment, then the students view intellectual growth as a process of adaptation or adjustment to the work. For the conceptual framework, literacy skills can help future educators to be effective in teaching and learning process. So the readiness to literacy skills in terms of information and technology will be evaluated. In addition, the factors in readiness of future educator will be determined in literacy skills. For a scope and limitation, the study has limited to the college students who are enrolled in the second semester at First City Providential College. The researchers choose a convenient sampling method and snowball sampling method due to the current situation. It will be easier to find respondents and the safety protocol will not be violated.
For methodology, this study has been conducted at First City Providential College using the convenience and snowball sampling from College of Education. We use a survey questionnaire and interview question. For the data gathering procedures, validity of the instrument, written permission to the dean, the selection of the respondent's letter for the respondent, actual conduct of the study, and lastly, the data was run in SPSS to interpret the results. For the data gathering instruments, we use the literacy skills mixed method that contains the quantitative and qualitative part, and the descriptive method and semi-structured interview. For the treatment, we use descriptive statistics, point by serial, and thematic analysis.
Let us now proceed to the quantitative part of the results. For the summary of the results and demographic profile, we can see that most of our respondents came from the first-year students with the age range of 18 to 20 years old, to be followed by the second year and third year students that both have 9 participants that have an age range of 20 to 33 years old. For our overall literacy, this figure shows that the score of the participants is high and imply that the future educators are ready to utilize their literacy skills in the 21st century and also know its functions so they can be able to integrate it with the teaching process. According to GoBay 2018, the set of integrated abilities of this generation is to connect communities using technology. That is why literacy in different kinds of technologies and information is a required thing for this generation, and it implies that they are flexible enough. For the information literacy, this figure shows the distribution of the score is high. The participants can check if the information is a fact or a hoax. They can able to understand the information that could or they would encounter in the latter parts of their lives. According to Balingit 2018, the students can analyze and build information because of the overwhelming amount of knowledge represented in different kinds of platforms. Due to the several sources, there is a possibility that students could be suffering from a surplus of information. For our media literacy, this figure shows the score of the participants is also high. The students are well known for using various media platforms and include it to their activities, which is helpful for the readiness in the teaching process. According to RST and Erden 2017, media literacy provides students with the skills that will help them utilize the different platforms. The students and the teacher cultivate other 21st century skills like 4Cs, as well as increasing digital literacy skills in interacting with media, information, and technology. Lastly, for the technology literacy, this figure shows that the students, readiness in using various technology is high, and they can integrate it with teaching, which is essential and helpful for the new learning mode we have right now. According to Escroton 2019, technology literacy provides teachers and students with the access of variety educational resources. It can promote inclusion and the development of the digital literacy skills. The students can extend their learning beyond text and classroom walls.
For the qualitative part, this table shows that the hindrance of the future teacher in literacy skills. Most of the respondents in the interview are having difficulty determining the reliability of information. And according to the interview, bombarded with information comes from not reliable resources and some viruses that pass through in the technology. In addition, the study of Bulot and Karasaloglu 2018, having reliability and validity are important to evaluate information is true or not, which is some students are tended to all read all the information. Next, for the strength in using technology. The future educators are flexible and according to them, they can adapt and easily regarding to changes that they have been experienced and also expected for that they can be easy manipulate technology because of the digital age. For the weaknesses of using technology, the table shows that the time management is emphasized for being the weakness of the future educator time that affects their study habits. Was the same in the hindrance of the previously, the readiness of the future educator are well prepared in using literacy skills, but still, there is one class who is not ready for this digital. According to Talent 2020, the students' achievements in the use of technology are to be ready to use digital as part of their learning experience. The participant says that prepared throughout this time and the digital world is part of our life.
For the conclusion, based on the findings of the readiness of the future educators in literacy skills, the researchers found that they are ready to utilize those skills in teaching and preparing instructional materials. They are flexible enough for the innovation and rapid changes where it didn't affect their weaknesses to be ready in using literacy skills. Information in media got the first rank while technology literacy got the second. In addition, the hindrances that they have been encountered is the reliability of information.
For the recommendation, even the result shows that the future educators are ready to utilize the literacy skills in their learning process. The researchers want to recommend this to be aware how they can help other students to be literate in using INC skills by sharing their thoughts where they can be able to encourage to learn, inviting students for several workshops or webinars that the administration and teachers will produce to enhance those skills. Furthermore, can share with other students about the trusted website to avoid fake information and how they will secure their accounts. The students should learn time management by using the suggested priority matrix. The learners learn how to balance and organize their tasks where they need to accomplish within the day. And lastly, the students must learn to and accept the challenges brought by the fourth industrial revolution and must possess the 21st century skills to more globally competitive individuals.
For the significance of the study, for the administration of various institutions and their teachers, the instructor study provided pieces of information about the readiness of the future teachers towards literacy in the 21st century. And due to the limited time, that will be all. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our last presenter under the College of Education. Good job, guys. So this time we will be moving on with our question and answer portion. To our three panelists, please prepare your questions and we will start our Q&A with our first presenter for the research title, Student Engagement and Motivation of Students in Studying Social Studies, a Correlational Study with Mr. Alfredo De La Torre Jr. You may share screen again your presentation. Let us have our first panelist to ask question, Dr. Eloy.
First, good afternoon to each and everyone, and also good afternoon to my co-panelists. I would like to appreciate, I appreciate a lot the way all the students presented their research. That's for a fact, that's really a plus factor. And then a piece of advice for the future researcher, I know that you'll be having also your master's degree in the future. The realm of education, this is an unsolicited advice, but nowadays, the realm of education, from the title itself, it should be output-based nowadays. So coming from the output, coming from the title, we should see already the output of your research. No? From the first presenter, coming from the first presenter, student engagement and motivation, this is correlational study, am I right?
Yes po.
Okay, so may question lang, Ana, how does pandemic shifted or changes the landscape of students' engagement in learning?
Actually, sir, the current learning modalities is one of the for the future researchers, it is also one of my current recommendation because I believe that the current learning modalities might be a factor to why student engagement or the ideas of students or the respondents involved changes, or how their student engagement or their perceptions on student engagement and social studies as a subject changes. So the results of my studies, we can see that it was very different to the majority of the studies that we can see on the social media or in different mass media, mainstream media, that student engagement affects the motivation of the students. But during this time of pandemic, the results of my study have different results wherein it shows a very weak or having no correlation at all. So my recommendation for the future respondents is to conduct this type of research, or if I will be having a chance to reconduct it again, I will be conducting it in a face-to-face class, because I believe that maybe the current learning modalities changes or affects or might be another variable or factor for the students on how they answer the skills and the questionnaires that I have provided, sir.
Follow-up question, sorry for the follow-up question, anak. I am satisfied. Pero anak, tandaan natin na ikaw ay magtuturo ng agang panlipunan at ang ginagamit halimbawa po na instrumento o vernacular ay di ba Filipino, no? So, ang tanong ko lang din dito, what did you observe? Were you able to have your OJT even if it's online? Not at all.
No po, sir, not yet po.
Okay, so, but you are still going, will there any be possibility that you're going to have your online OJT or virtual online teaching? Is there any proposal coming from our institution? Wala.
Sir, for now, I don't have any idea po about dun sa possible po na gawin. Pero if it will be happen po, I will be happy to participate because I believe that it will also add information for me para makita ko rin po yung current na ideas ng mga students sa ganitong klase rin po ng modality, and may kinalaman din po sa studies ko. Yun lang po.
Satisfied. Last, class, no? What did you observe nowadays, di ba? As we shifted nowadays in online teaching, I think it will still be, we have this kind of conversation that it will take, I think, a year or up to 2023. What did you observe?
So first of all po, sir, before even the pandemic started, social studies as a curriculum or as a subject, I observed that many students fear or parang iniiwasan po nila yung social studies as a subject because according po dun sa may sinabi ko, Gire, na yung focus of education shifted, na wala po yung importance ng social studies. Nakita po na parang dun pa lang nag-start yung pagkawala ng motivation ng students na mag-studies, and dumagdag pa po itong current learning modalities natin na parang bago pa man tayo magkaroon ng ganitong klaseng learning modalities, hindi na po motivated yung students, and ngayong pandemic is parang mas bumaba pa po yung ideas nila or yung motivation nila para magkaroon or para i-tackle or i-pursue yung social studies.
Last question, anak. How can you motivate a student who is not interested in your subject at this point in time?
First of all po, sir, and since nakita ko, I'll speak Tagalog po, sir. I'm sorry.
Sure.
So nakita ko po, sir, dun po sa may scale na sinabi ko, and yung ginamit ko po, nakita ko po dun na isa po parang sa motivation nila kung bakit parang pinakamababang points na nakuha nila is hindi sila nag-strive to be good or to be the best in terms of social studies as a subject. Siguro po may motivation or may piece of advice as a future social studies teacher. Marami po kasing research studies, marami pong studies, articles na nagpo-portray or parang pino-point out po nila yung importance ng social studies sa future life natin or future professions. Kasi pag sinabi mo natin yung social studies, it describes or it promotes active citizenship. Parang malalaman po din natin yung role natin as individual, yung role ng environment natin, tsaka yung role po ng community natin sa atin, tsaka yung role natin doon. So bali para po sa akin, sasabihin ko po sa kanila na yung idea nila na social studies is irrelevant or boring or parang hindi importante para sa mga future professions nila is parang napakamaling or parang isang malaking pagkakamali po yung ganong klase ng idea. Kasi yung basis pa lang po ng social studies, man is a social animal. So bali parang kailangan talaga natin to socialize. And parang dun pa lang po yung basis nun, makikita na po natin yung importance.
Noted. Ito lang a piece of advice, anak, kasi sabi mo, you would like also to encourage, all teachers should encourage their students to be the best version of themselves, no? So as far as I observe, most of the theories that you have used from your study are all they are all about foreign, no? But if you are going to take a look at the brighter side, we have also studies that corresponds and explains how to Philippinize, di ba, a certain study through localization and contextualization. Anak, kapag ka ikaw ay nag-aral pa ng agang panlipunan, siguro isaliksikin mo din yung tungkol sa pantayong pananaw at yung kasaysayang pampuo kasi makatutulong iyon para mas, di ba, mas makisangkot ka bilang isang guro doon sa mga lokal na halimbawa na mag-aaral mo. I am satisfied. Congratulations. Thank you.
Yes po sir, thank you po for piece of advice. I will be glad to apply po ito sa future profession ko po. Thank you po.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc Eloy. Moving on with our next panelist to ask question, Doc Antonio Velasco.
Yeah, good afternoon. So first of all, I would like to congratulate the proponents of this research. So basically, I'm glad because that could be very nice and a good research. You know? Now, they mentioned about the benefits of the study engagement and motivate of the students. So may I ask, what are the intrinsic benefits? When we say intrinsic, that could be the academic content enjoyable, and what are the extrinsic benefits of this research?
First of all po sir, for intrinsic benefit po, syempre for me, let's say for example, ako na lang po as a social studies future teacher po ng social studies, siguro po yung intrinsic na benefit po nito sa akin is yung parang knowledge and information tsaka yung parang ano po, yung importance po nito sa akin na parang paano ko rin po siya ma-apply in the bigger picture and paano ko siya ma-apply.
How about the intrinsic benefits?
For the intrinsic naman po sir, di ba po kasi ang focus po ng social studies is to have active citizens. Siguro po kasi yung magagamit ko po ito, let's for example, in the community, malalaman ko po yung role ko as individual, ma-practice ko po yung role ko and rights ko as individual, and at the same time, maaari ko rin pong i-share yung mga information na nakalap ko dito to improve din po yung parang ginagawa rin po ng iba pang tao.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc Velasco. This time, let us have Sir Jason Humarang.
Hi, Alfred.
Good afternoon po.
Good afternoon, Alfred. Your study is very interesting, especially based on experience. Most of my students, the favorite subject of most of my students is Araling Panlipunan and social studies when I was teaching. But I will focus my questions on the form of your research, how you made your research. I would like to clarify, you use purposive sampling in gathering your information, in gathering your data, correct?
Yes po, sir.
Kasi, I'm asking that kasi I'm just wondering why the result of your, based on your related literature, there is a correlation between the student engagement and motivation. Now, what happened here is the result na nung research mo ay nagkaroon ng weak correlation between student engagement and motivation. So, I'm just thinking baka kasi dun sa form ng atin pong o yung sampling design na ginamit natin. Kasi we have two sampling methods that we can use in research. We have the non-probability sampling at saka nag-lecture na ako. Non-probability sampling at saka probability sampling. So when you use non-probability sampling kasi ang nangyayari dito is the result of your research is only true for your sample but you cannot generalize. So ang nangyayari dito yung purposive sampling is under non-probability sampling. Kaya nagtataka lang ako kung bakit baka may factor din, no? May factor din kung bakit naging gano'n yung resulta ng iyong study. Now, supposed to be kung ito ay face-to-face, that should be done using the probability sampling, yung simple random sampling, Kaya po, I'm asking kung ano yung method na ginamit mo. Now, isa pa, I don't know if this will be questioned, but some of siguro improvements na lang dun sa mga ginawa mong study. Kasi nga, supposed to be should be a probability sampling. When we use probability sampling, when it's non-probability sampling, you cannot use statistical tool like mean or standard deviation. Dito sa dito sa study mo, I think you've used, tama ba ako? You also use Pearson correlation coefficient. Is that correct?
Yes po, sir. Yes po, sir.
Oo. Kasi nga, isa pa, doon sa napansin ko rin na yung ginamit mo na yung pagsagot ng mga questionnaire is in a Likert scale. And Likert scale is ordinal data. Try to use nga, I don't know if it will be possible, or maybe you can include in your recommendation just to use the counterpart of Pearson correlation coefficient, which is the Spearman-Rho correlation. And also, recommendation also that it would be, let's make another study. Sabi mo nga naman, you will conduct another study on this, if possible, to be a face-to-face research. So let's do it on a probability sampling para we can generalize. It will only be true kasi sa iyong sample, it will not be true for others. So yun lang. I think I don't have any question, just a recommendation or an improvement on your study para mas makita natin yung resulta, if it's really valid or it's really reliable, based lang dun sa mga statistics na meron tayong dapat gamitin in the study. Thank you.
Thank you po, sir.
Well, thank you so much, Alfred, and to our three panelists. Moving on, Colleen, please pull up your presentation so that our panelists can ask questions. All right. For our panelists, if we could make it a maximum time of 3 minutes of asking questions, please. Thank you so much. All right. Let's start again with Doc Eloy.
Okay, for the second presenter, very fast, no? Is this mixed method? Am I right, Miss Colleen?
Yes po, sir.
Okay, so my question would be, what is the suggested intervention program that you would like to propose, no? Because you have mentioned already the intervention program. So what possible intervention program will you be proposing? Thank you.
Sir, I will decide for the 3 programs that I want to suggest. First is for the webinars, or about the students can know to handle their stress, because we all know that the current situations give the students too much pressures to submit all requirements. The second plan po is I will suggest for the counselor. The FCPC counselor will have the sessions to the students who finds difficulties to manage their time management. Also, the stress reliever program that the students can find their ways to handle their stress. That's all, sir.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Doc Antonio, it's your turn.
Okay, so once again, good afternoon. Congratulations to your very good topic of your research. So I would like to ask, regarding about the stressors in the future teacher, and you mentioned about this is a new platform that could the stress management program for the teachers, I think, no? Now, what can I ask? How do you quantify the different level of stress by teachers?
Sir, based on the tool that I use for, there is the equal evaluation of scores of the future teachers who answer the survey questionnaires, and then I solve them by the help of formula for that scale, and I come up with the level of stress of the future teachers po, by using that po.
And what are the effects of this? The effects of the stress on the teachers, sabi natin, what would be those are the different what? Are the different effects? Okay. Masyado mabilis kasi yung mo kanina, so that's why we cannot. Yeah. So what are those effects?
Okay, sir. The cause effect of the new platform of educations are unstable internet connection, academic pressure, floods of paperwork, and also the environment. Well, that's also.
Okay. Sige. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doc Antonio. Moving on with our last panelist, Mr. Jason Humara.
Hi, Colleen. Colleen, tanong ko lang, no? How did you selected your samples nga using convenience sampling?
Yes, sir. I use that po.
So how did you paano mo ginawa?
Through, sir, we call this. I distribute my papers to the all College of Education through the convenient sampling method po. So that's why I come up with the 40 respondents only.
Okay. So same recommendation with what Alfred has done sa kanyang paper. Supposed to be, it should be a probability sampling. So again, it's only true for the sample that you have selected. Isa lang napansin ko, na should maybe you can improve yung paggamit natin ng mga words sa SOP natin, kasi mostly sabi dito examine, evaluate, create, medyo medyo mabigat na mga terms eh. So maybe you can use naman, you want to determine the stress level, not just examine, because when you look at your discussion, pag tingnan mo yung discussion mo, medyo hindi sumagot doon sa objective natin, no, na examine should be, but what you did is to just determine the stress level, if it's high, it's moderate, it's low. So yun lang, medyo pwede nating improve yung mga ganung bagay. Saka some of the statistics that is not necessary on the paper should not be included, like skewness, kurtosis, etc. Yun din lang yung masasabi ko, no. I think the statistical analysis for all of your papers are common, no, na dapat nating i-revisit din. So if you need my help, I can help you. You can message me if you need further help dito sa study. Thank you so much.
Thank you po, sir.
All right, there you go. So I think it's about time for us to move on with our third presenter, Mr. Mark Grabilio. Doc Eloy, your turn.
Okay, in this time of pandemic, we have already at least created different terms. No, this is what you call digital natives, the millennials and seniors and so on. Because you are talking about parental involvement, and this is very timely because I have also an advisee that talks about parental involvement of Mangyans, no, through online education. My question would be, how are you able to teach a parents who happens to be a digital natives? Because you are referring and talking about online teaching. How can we encourage parents to be also involved in an online learning platform or discussion if they are digital natives? Thank you. Can you hear my Can you hear my question? We're able to hear my question, Anak?
Yes po, sir.
Okay.
Sa research ko po, sir, sa parental involvement po, I have webinar po for the parents. Meron po dito after doing the model po, I conduct a program, I propose a program po for the parents. 3 programs po from the start, from the beginning of the school year, the middle, and the last school year po, para ganun. Tapos doon po, itatakal po doon yung mga pwedeng gawin ng mga parents, particularly sa pag-involve sa mga technical issue na po pagdating sa online learning po. Pero masasuggest ko po na sa webinar po na yon, dapat po meron silang involvement para at least, and meron din po silang application para at least po, dun pa lang po sa webinar na yun, malalaman na po nila kung ano kailangan nilang gawin po.
Okay, but again, not all parents, just like me, I am not also a fast learner in terms in using technology, but we still have to be adaptive, no, at some point, because this is actually the trends nowadays. But again, I hope you may find time, Anak, that to conduct or to at least add a study that talks about discussing parental involvement to those who are digital natives and digital migrants. No? Thank you. Congratulations.
All right, Doc Antonio, it's your turn. Doc Antonio, do you have any questions for Mr. Grabilio?
Yeah, congratulations once again. So I think nakaka-relate ako sa iyong research because there is two things, involvement into the relationship of the parental as well as the student engagement. Ano? Now, how do you assess in your study the student learning opportunity? Paano mo na-assess yun? And on the other side, paano mo naman na-assess yung parental involvement?
I use po scales for the parents po, parental involvement mechanism po, and for the students engagement on OSE po, online student engagement po for the students po. Doon po ma-measure po kung gaano sila ka-engage, and sa parents naman po kung gaano sila ka-involved dun po sa learning process po ng kanilang student, ng children po nila sa scale po.
Okay. Sige. Okay. That's all.
All right. Thank you so much, Doc. Next up, Mr. Jason.
Yes. Hi, Mark.
Good afternoon po.
Yeah, I saw in your paper that you mentioned 3 variables there, but why it's only 2 are mentioned in the title? You have, I think, parental encouragement.
Yes po. The parental, yes.
Why is it that you only use? Why is it that you use 3 variables, but in the title you only have 2 variables?
I think po papasok na po siya sa parental involvement.
So it's under parental involvement.
Yes po.
Okay, so again, you use okay, thank you. You use simple random sampling in making your research. Now, how did you employ? Paano mo ginawa yung SRS in selecting your parents or in your students?
Sa students po, hindi po ako nag-come up sa specific na level, and para po marami po akong makuhang respondents, kasi po ngayon mahirap makakuha ng respondents, and in-employ ko po yan sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay sa mga students po, sa mga kakilala, sa mga parents po nila. Kunwari po, kung sino po sumagot nung survey po ng students, yung parents din po nila, yun po yung sasagot, para at least may connection po rin po.
Siguro you need to clarify that on your paper is not simple random sampling, but it's also a convenience sampling. No? So, yun lang. And also, try to use, if it's possible, you can run again the data and use Spearman-Rowe as your statistical tool, so that we can get a big picture, yung clearer picture nung relationship ng dalawa. No? Kasi Pearson is only for ratio level na data, but you are dealing with ordinal level or Likert scale level. And another thing, siguro need to revisit also your SOP, like using assess or evaluate. That's very masyado yung malalim yan. No? But I think what you did is just determine the level and determine the relationship of the 2 variables. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you po, sir.
All right, thank you so much, Sir Jason. And now, let us move on with our 4th presenter. All right, Doc Eloy, your turn.
Okay, I am not going to ask question, but merely I'm going to give you an advice lang, anak, because your study, you may use this when you take your master's very, very soon. Since you are talking about relationship and self-regulation, and these are also for the researchers, all of the researchers who presented their papers, please take note that it is also important to include ethical considerations in conducting your study. Now, regarding relationship, self-regulation, and study habits, you may also create as part of your intervention or output, you may create also countdown kit, But as far as we are talking about countdown kit, diba? Under the category of study habits, you may also include emotions, how to emphasize emotions, how to enhance adaptability, how to encourage adaptability, and how to practice those different strategies that you may use. But under also the self-regulation, there are also variables. Self-control, self-esteem, and self-regulation. Those are the different variables that you may include as part also of your study. And then you may also use this when you proceed and when you take your master's degree very soon. Again, congratulations to all the presenters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Good job. Doc Antonio, your turn.
Yeah. So my question is, direct na lang question ko na. Determine the level of the study habits, and what is the relationship in research study and academic achievements?
Sir, excuse me po again po. Medyo choppy po.
Choppy ba? So kindly determine the level of the study habits. And my follow-up question: what is the relationship in your research study about the academic achievements?
Okay, sir. With the levels po of the study habits, we use or we categorize them into 3 levels, which is the low, moderate, and high. So again, I would just we'll say again about our respondents. We're in 77 respondents gained the high level, 32 respondents with moderate, and only 1 respondent with low level. And yeah, yes po.
So go ahead.
And with its implication po with the academic achievement, according to our study, if we have proper self-regulation or proper self-regulation strategies associated with good study habits, then we can have a more proper and academic excellence or academic achievement, sir.
Okay. Sige. Okay, thank you.
Sir Jason?
Yeah. I don't have question, but maybe my suggestion for other groups can be also be used here. Tapos siguro lang yung another one recommendation or for improvement, you do your RRL gawin yung medyo exhaustive kasi you don't mention any relationship of the two variables there, the self-regulation study habits. You just mention the related literature for self-regulation, for study habits. You haven't mentioned any relationship or article on the relationship of the two variables. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you po, sir.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. And congratulations to our 4th presenter. And now, let us move on with our 5th presenter. Doc Eloy?
Oo. Sino po ba ito? Si Mr. Kyle Ikang, anak? Tama
Yes
ba?
po.
Okay. Mr. Kyle Ikang, may isa akong tanong. Anong FB mo? Tsare. Okay. Mr. Kyle Ikang, no? Just to compose you, anak. Tama ba, Miss Jess? Okay. Okay. Mr. Kyle Ikang, your title would be Future Educators, Literacy Readiness in the 21st Century. This is really a big title, no? After figuring out your literacy readiness in the 21st century, what's next?
Based on our recommendations, sir, or our results rather, in the qualitative part, we saw that most of the students are really excelling in using technologies, specifically information media and technology. But there's still a small amount of students that is having a hard time on using different kinds of platforms such as information media and technology. That is why we would like to, since we're just basing on the Varsity Providential College, maybe in the next part of this research, we would like to gather some wider audiences or wider participants so that the results will be more accurate and use not convenient sampling, but more on different kinds of sampling. Sir.
Okay, positive criticism will do if you may include, and you may use also this study maybe in the future. Critical thinking, citizenship, growth mindset, communication, creativity, and collaboration are the variables that you may include for you to be able to figure out the literacy readiness in the 21st century. But there is also study that talks about 21st century that discuss about life career skills, no? For example, as teachers, future teachers and educators, diba, what are the positive things that we may get as we continue and at least, diba, to be culturally adapt and diba, technologically adapt, no? And then innovation skills, ICT, and core subjects. How can we infuse and then relate your subject using localization, contextualization, going to intellectualizations of whatever ideas it may be. Again, Mr. Ikang, what is your FB? Charing, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doc. Thank you so much, Doc Eloy. Next up, we have Doc Antonio.
Okay. So my question is, how do you get the average of readiness fall into high? Sabi mo kanina dun sa presentation mo. And what are the different factors affect the level of readiness in literacy skills?
Everything we gathered here is based on the answers of the students in the survey questions that has been validated by 3 experts. The next for the next question is, can you repeat the next question, sir? I kind of didn't.
What are the factors affecting the level of readiness in literacy skills?
Oh, I see. The factors is, the first factor that we found out is reliability of information, where the students are having a hard time finding viable resources for their assignments, projects, or different kinds of, for example, this research per se. Yeah.
Another question na follow-up ko na lang. How do you include the critical points as factors of literacy skills like listening, motivation in this future educators literacy readiness in the 21st century study?
Actually, sir, that question is, I think, beyond on our research, but I will answer it because we're focusing on the IMT, which is the information media and technology. We're only looking if the students are ready to use technology in their teaching or learning process. But if we're encouraging students, for example, motivation and stuff, it is up to the teacher on how, what kind of motivational games or motivational activities she could or he or she could integrate in her teaching strategies. For example, they're teaching dance. They might use dance. Obviously, they might use videos, or they can encourage students to dance as well. When we're pertaining to elementary students, like singing the lessons that they have using different kinds of beat, rhythms, and melodies.
Okay, sige, that's something.
All right, thank you so much, Doc. Coming up next, of course, our last panelist, Sir Jason.
Hi, Kyle.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Hello. I'm concerned with your questionnaire. I saw in your paper that the reliability of your questionnaire is very low. It's 0.411. Can you convince me that your questionnaires or the instrument that you have used is reliable? Because that will affect also the result of your survey.
Since we're using self-made, not actually a self-made, we revised a certain tool, which is the tool for, can I use my, pwede po mag-Tagalog, pasensya na po, naiinitan ako. Pero ayun po, since gumamit po kami ng isang tool na nanggaling sa internet, but since we revised it and we add some things about the topic or the questionnaire itself, we try to find we find 3 experts to validate our researches with the help of the Dean of the College of Education, with her permission to find some experts to validate it. Because of that, we can say that this tool that we use is valid and ready to use for this research.
So yeah, because validity and reliability is a different thing, no? Kaya I'm asking, maybe you can revisit the result of your reliability testing if it's only I think kung ito ay ano lang naman, maybe binago lang kayong konti. Why is it that the reliability of the questionnaire was very low? So yun lang. Can you just revisit? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, and that wraps up our College of Education presenters for now. But this time, we are so lucky because we also have our guest presenters from the Philippine Women's University Graduate School of Education. So to begin with your 10-minute presentation, Ms. Leia Gay Cabalisan, are you ready? You may now share your screen. Thank you so much. Afterwards, College of Allied Medical Sciences, you will be the next presenters. Thank you. Hi, Ms. Leia. You may now share your screen.
Hello, good afternoon. Okay, my research is about the status of artificial intelligence integration in the selected private senior high school
toward a proposed management framework. I could say that this is very timely, not only because of the pandemic, but we are actually facing the fourth industrial revolution. Nowadays, digital literacy is the greatest commodity in a global context. Competence, quality, efficiency, and effectiveness for a while. Nowadays, digital literacy is the greatest commodity in society in a global context. Competence, quality, efficiency, and effectiveness in producing future graduates rely on technology expertise. Thus, technology upgrading is important to every institution. People, the society is heading to constant transformation. Hence, managing constant change and its challenges is imperative. The global issues, vast challenges, and pessimistic views pertaining AI have been the bottom line of many studies, of which similar issues stand as a backdrop in this study. Primarily, this study tries to explore the challenges and acceptability of AI in today's society, hoping to comprehend people's view of transformation and change. It also seeks to analyze how AI could be integrated effectively to the curriculum and be effectively collaborated by teachers as implementers of the curriculum. The cornerstone of this study is to determine its effectiveness as a tool in teaching and learning. The main objective of this research is to determine the status of the integration of artificial intelligence in improving management, teaching and learning in the selected private senior high school. Specifically, the study will address the following: effectiveness of artificial intelligence in improving teaching and enhancing students' learning experiences as integrated in the educational system in terms of teachers' competence and students' performance. The status of integrating artificial intelligence in the educational system being administered by the senior high school as to curriculum, technology skills, and IT infrastructure. Other factors that hinder senior high school administration in the integration of AI in the institution. The predictors that contribute to an AI-enabled management framework. And lastly, based on the results of the study, what management framework can be proposed in integrating artificial intelligence that will lead change in terms of curriculum, technology, and IT infrastructure. Related literature, in the article of Dajos, Kulaba, Albert, Pacquiao, Orbeta, Serafika, Bandala, and Byron in 2018, it stated that AI revolutionizes the way humans experience things. It also has potential in future economic growth. However, considerations regarding adaptation and application must be given attention. A report made by Snyder and Bakshi in 2017 discussed the future skills and argued that the future of work is not only influenced by automation, but also by the key trends in environmental sustainability, urbanization, increasing inequality, political uncertainty, technological change, globalization, and demographic change. As cited in the article of Wang and Kang in 2019, the aggressive advancement in artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, and automation are rapidly changing industries and societies across the world. Even the way we work and live and the way we interact with others are expected to be transformed at a speed and scale beyond anything that had observed in human history. The theoretical framework was adapted from the theory, The Future of Work by Manika J. in 2017. This conceptual framework illustrates connectivity in the advancement of technology and the possible effects in integrating AI in a wider perspective. Shown in this figure are related concerns in its implementation through the following: the scientific attitude and acceptability with new things that AI brings into the learning system. The scientific knowledge, especially in the workforce, seems to be one of the most needed indicators in adopting new technologies and various skills learning of the educators. While the impact created by technologies exists anywhere from kindergarten to higher education institution to management training and opportunity to create adaptive learning features. In the work structure and work design, individual workers are heavily challenged with their capabilities in responding and adapting to the new technological environment, which may cause gaps within the workforce. The integration of artificial intelligence in the senior high school in this study is to consider the crucial ability of the 21st century learners to cope with challenges brought by fast changes in technology in the future. The environmental pressures that these learners may encounter must be guided by ethical issues in the application of such technology. Thus, implementation of AI may support the educational system in the readiness to adopt management change into a dynamic and modern evidences from the learner's academic and social competitiveness to come up future researches with predictive models. A total of 246 respondents from the 5 selected private senior high school is involved in this study. 50 respondents came from School A, and an equal number of 49 respondents coming from School B, C, D, and E. A total of 256 involving the principals, school heads, teachers, and students. For the futurists and technologists, it involves the IT experts, computer analysts, CEOs and managers, LGU employee, and industry representative. This study used a mixed method of both quantitative and qualitative, made use of descriptive research method, of which collection of data utilized research-made questionnaire and interview questions. Results of the study are the following: effectiveness of AI in terms of teachers' competence. 14 indicators were drawn, and it obtained an overall mean of 2.92, described as very effective. For the effectiveness of AI in terms of students' performance, 15 item indicators were also drawn, and it obtained an overall mean of 3.23, described as very highly effective. With the result of the status of integrating AI in the educational system as to the curriculum, out of 12 items indicators, it garnered an overall mean of 3.04, interpreted as agree.
Status of integrating AI in the educational system as a technology skills. Out of 13 item indicators, it garnered an overall mean of 2.92, interpreted as competent. As to infrastructure, 10 item indicators were made and garnered an overall mean of 2.63, interpreted as strongly satisfied. Summary of itemized factors that hinders AI integration, of which opinions were taken from 10 administrators. Among those factors are training funds, procurement of IT infrastructure, teachers' knowledge as well, slow internet, outdated technology, slow internet, management's not focused on upgrading, and there is an inequality of views. The willingness of the management to provide, also the lack of equipment and lack of teachers resources is also being identified, lack of multimedia, knowledge about software and hardware application, and budget and resources. Suggested plan of action were budget from the management and training is needed. There should be trainings for both students and teachers, government and management support. There should be, from the public schools. Internet upgrade is important. Balance maintenance on all facilities. Provide trainings for teachers that they could be competent to provide their own. Institutions should provide new technology and communication tools. Also, institutions should invest for IT infrastructures. AI should be used in all disciplines, and also school budget is also important. Result of the contributing predictors in an enabled management frameworks taken from the 10 technologies and futurists, wherein AI implications were identified as follows. Less work for human and more works for AI. AI provides specific benefits in every industry. Perform frequent high-volume computerized tasks and cost-effectiveness. AI is an advantage to big businesses, especially for those operating across countries. AI-ready individuals would have a seat in the future. AI is also an answer to repetitive work. It could also make working environment easier, and it is an aid in making extensive workloads lighter and improve teaching and learning. Effective in providing services around the globe, and it increases advantage and competitiveness to international market. Long-term effects in the job of the AI, and it has a negative effect in human labor. AI is also prominent in the curricula and would make assessment faster. Also, in the views of an immigration manager, AI is the occurrence of robots and machines. For the future of work as predicted by this futurist, information technology and engineering would be the future of jobs. Also the technology experts, technology engineers, IT professionals, technology skilled people, and aviation, tourism, and information technology, export management will be a boom. And also, there will be a need for technology skilled workers. And IT innovation related courses would also be a boom. The finding shows that there is a lack of institutional trainings to administrators, which can lessen the capacity to develop IT environment within the entire school and weakens the foundation of being technology literate in AI. The lack of IT trainings for teachers results to poor technological teaching performance within the classroom. Virtual classroom must create accessibility of the learning requirements between teacher and student. Collaborative experiences becomes an important linkage between teacher and student. The students' research capabilities are low, and there's need for them to be knowledgeable in the usage and applications of programs. Thus, introduction of interesting and modern topics for research related to understand AI may encourage students to participate voluntarily. For recommendation, to foster advanced technology literacy through participation in IT training development. Establish virtual learning environment for teachers' competencies and formation of technological research program for students' competencies. For the second objective, conclusion, for curriculum development, it should focus on industry needs and demands. Thus, it should review and recreate programs that uses unique combination of interactive content and services to guide learners on goals. Individualized course content must be given to students according to their individual needs, geared towards modern learning styles. As for technology skills, video conferencing skills should be improved. Relative to IT infrastructure, low application and usage of interactive displays. A technological knowledge-based program in using interactive displays produce experts in manipulating highly sensitive digital equipment. For recommendation, curriculum evaluation, ladderized courses, and progressive learning must be developed. For technology skills and IT infrastructures, know-how techniques and strategies in the usage of video conferencing tools could make a difference. Establishing IT experts aligned to technological functions in the presence of highly recommended qualification within the workforce. There must be technology enhancement program as well. For objective number 3, conclusion, other factors that hinder administrators in the integration of artificial intelligence in the institutions revealed the need for fund allocation in upgrading and procurement of IT infrastructure and the implementation of AI code of ethics. Recommendation, recognize IT experts by areas in an organization and funding must be allocated. Governance in identifying recognized area security, messaging, networks, AI codes of ethics, best practices of administration must be implemented. For objective number 4, the contributing factors in an enabled management framework of artificial intelligence findings reveals that most of the responses focus on the enhanced efficiency and throughput, additional job and strengthened economy, enhanced lifestyle, and solution to complex social problems. It also defined the jobs needed in the future, which includes IT experts, computer engineers, and IT engineers. Recommendation, management framework in integrating artificial intelligence that will lead to change in terms of curriculum, technology skills, and IT infrastructures. Enhance and adapt changes to new features, functions, and performance by internalizing artificial intelligence through making technologies in learning experiences, adjusting to new inputs, understanding human-like task performance towards management, which envision to promote the field of science and technology in the different learning technologies towards the integration of artificial intelligence as platform of innovativeness, creativity, data processes, analytical concepts through a futuristic management. This study has a great significance to administrators, of which vast knowledge and information of AI can provide understanding to them as basis for improvement of the educational system, considering high and modern technologies and acquisition of digital literacy. For curriculum developers, their knowledge acquired in the integration of AI curriculum can now identify relevant and updated courses, topics of learning that are responsive and dynamic. AI integration also widened the curriculum developers' horizon and improved their innovativeness. The result of this study may help teachers understand the advantage of AI integration and effective teaching to accelerate learning. This study would also help students to comprehend how AI could be an effective tool in their academic performance and learning experiences. This research has a great impact, particularly on the improvement of teaching, which includes knowledge, skills, pedagogical, personal, and social development of teachers, enhancement of students' learning experiences, where the integration of AI would prepare them for future of works, curriculum development, to come up with an industry-focused curriculum and develop programs to elevate AI literacy skills, IT infrastructures, continuous upgrading to support learning. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Leia. So at this point, we will be doing our Q&A portion with our panelists. So let's start with with Doc. Let's start with Doc Antonio.
Okay. So congratulations to your research. It's a good topic, no? So I would like to ask, what are the different parameters you include in your study in order to get the effective, accurate, and efficient AI in improving tertiary something? So what is the different parameters?
In my question, I have included, say for example, for the student learning, I have included in my questionnaire those AI tools or softwares that they can be used in teaching. And for the enhancement of teaching, I have included some questions about the tools that may be used by teachers if they are really using it, and how they are being used in the classroom, which particular softwares is being identified in those questionnaires. Say, for example, with the use of Alexa, with the use of this Google Meet for the classes, and also with the use of cloud computing, like that.
Do you include time in motion or anything that could be part of the time element for the effectiveness and efficiency? Do you have? Kung okay lang. In order to, to quantify what could be the effectiveness and efficiency, there are different things na might be related into parameters natin. No? Hindi lang yung performance, no? That could be part, no? The software. Okay, but how about the time element?
I'm sorry. Can I
Yeah, the time factor, time element, yung mga time in motion natin for the effectiveness that you might be declared that could be this one is a very good tool, it is an effective tool. So may mga different parameters tayo, not only for the performance, not only for the software, not only for the different tools that we have or gadgets, but we also how did they include that the time, no, when they conducted some testing, series of testings, and so on and so on.
Because in my study, I had only mentioned specifically those are most likely being used in the classroom.
Okay. So
Oo.
that could be part of that. By I mean, siguro you ano lang, you concentrated on to performance of that students. No? Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
All right, this time let us proceed with Doc Eloy.
Ma'am, if I'm not mistaken, last February last year, you were able to present this also in Philippine Women's University. Am I right, Miss?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ano, magkasabay tayo, Miss, and I think Dr. Padua and Dr. Alvin Sikat and Dr. Salutal will be more happy, no? But my question, Doc, what is the locality of your study? Where did you conduct your study, Miss? Doc, thank you.
It is conducted in the 5 schools within NCR, and I have included 2 from Bacoor.
Okay. A follow-up question, Doc. These are all private, or there is also public school who became
No, they are all private.
Okay. So my question, Doc, here, do you think this your study would be more also possible, let's say, if we are going to implement this in the public school institution? Or do you think that there's also a challenge on the part of the administrators of the public institution in implementing the what's so-called artificial intelligence? Others, they just have artificial, but they don't have any intelligence. Charot. Okay, so that's my question, Miss. No, do you think?
Yes, of course, this would be applicable because in senior high school, we are having the same curriculum. And aside from those public school, that I know it could also be addressed, especially for those who are in remote area, who are very slow in adopting the technology.
Okay, thank you, Doc, for sharing your study with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Doc Eloy. This time, let us have Sir Jason.
I don't have a question, but only a suggestion, ma'am. Kasi alam ko this study was already done. But in future researches, siguro we should revisit how the data was analyzed. Kasi po, you're also using, I think, am I right, ma'am? You're using Likert scale in
Yes.
answering the question that was used. Yeah. Opo. Just to revisit some of the statistical tool that is appropriate para magkaroon tayo ng magandang result. Yun lang po, ma'am. Thank you so much po.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. And thank you so much, Ms. Leia Gay, for being our guest presenter for today's colloquium. So moving on forward, back to the ball game with our first citizens. We have our 4 presenters under the College of Allied Medical Sciences, beginning with our first presenter, Richa Mina Cadiglia, Venus, and Juliet for the Bachelor of Science in Midwifery. You may now share your screen. Ms. Leia, can you stop the share screen first? Thank you. All right. There you go. So your 10 minutes starts now. Thank you.
To our school administrators, panelists, our professors, guest speaker, and fellow presenters, good afternoon. Our research topic comes from the FCPC College of Allied Medical Sciences research agenda, and we intend to study on this so that we'll be able to help in schools accreditation such as CHED and PACOCOA given by federations of accrediting agencies of the Philippines or PAAP. This study determines how the program affects the career, morale, and direction of life of the graduate midwives, to know the laws and orders regulating midwifery practice under PRC, to determine if FCPC is recommended to offer the BSM program under CHED accreditation, and also if FCPC is recommended by the graduate students of BSM course. And this topic serves as a tracer study of schools' Bachelor of Science in Midwifery program. Next, please. The title of our research is The Impact of Bachelor of Science in Midwifery program in First City Providential College graduates from school year 2016 to 2019. Next po. Bachelor of Science in Midwifery or BSM is a 4-year ladderized degree program consisting of general education and professional courses which prepare registered midwives for higher level midwifery competencies. The program includes clinical practicum in management of OB emergencies and high-risk pregnancies, care of infants and children, comprehensive family planning, community health service and facility management, midwifery pharmacology, research, entrepreneurship, or if you would like to put our own lying clinic, and administration and supervision. The statement of the problem. Number 1, demographic profile, year graduated, occupation and location. Number 2, to determine the specific impact of the BSM program completed by the FCPC graduates. Their income status, if they have salary increase, incentives, or no increase. Moral aspect, if they boost their self-esteem, high morale, or with discrimination. Career path, if they have to get promoted, work abroad, faculty, if they become supervisor, health facility administrator, researcher, clinic owner, and health program manager. Number 3, aims to know if the program gave more enhancement in their knowledge, skills, and competencies. Number 4, determine if the graduates personally recommend First City Providential College in taking up BS Midwifery course. Number 5, determine if overall impact would be beneficial to FCPC BSM graduates. For the related literature, First City Providential College or FCPC. The institution's vision is the FCPC shall be a world-class university for lifelong learning. The BSM program in FCPC aims to develop world-class, compassionate, and dedicated midwives. FCPC offers Bachelor of Science in Midwifery since 2012, and there's a total of 142 BSM graduates from 2016 up to 2019. It is CHED accredited with recognition and authority to operate permit and a 100% midwifery board passing rate. It also passed the category level 1 on PACOCOA or Philippine Association of Colleges and Universities Commission on accreditation in July 2019. The laws and orders regulating midwifery profession. The Philippine Midwifery Act of 1992 or RA 1792 indicate the scope of practice of midwife. Passing the Midwifery Board exam gained the title of RM under Article 3, and the CHED accreditations, CHED Memorandum Order Number 33, Series of 2007, is the memorandum regarding policies and standards of midwifery education. The 2-year midwifery graduate with license can continue to pursue BSM. And the school must first secure permit or school recognition before offering BSM program. Under CHED Memorandum Order Number 5, Series of 2013 is the authority to operate and discuss the general requirements for BSM program. According to Chan Robles Virtual Law Library, the Philippine Board of Midwifery control and limit the midwifery practice in the country. According to bachelorsdegree.org and topmastershealthcare.com websites, completing a bachelor's degree is of great advantage. And according to PAES 2016, midwives are more competent in profession after completing BSM. According to Abrams 2014, there is a high demand of midwives, and Lorenzo et al. 2015, advantage of disadvantage of working abroad. Next slides, please. These are the salary based on location of occupation And if you are the clinic owner of a line-in, they receive 25,000 to 30,000 net income per month. That's the highest compensation based on the study. Next, please.
For methodology, we use a scripted survey approach design. Out of 110 out of 142 FCPC BSM graduate from 2016 to 2019, we use survey form questionnaire and for treatment analysis, we get the percentage of the respondents' answers and categorize each to obtain the results of the study and to provide answers to the statement of the problems. Next slide po. The following, under demographic profile, year graduated, there is increasing number of graduates from 2016 to 2018 because of the chances of being promoted from this course and to get a high-paying job as stated on the article written at bachelor'sdegreescenter.org and study written by PAES in 2016. However, on 2019, there is a slight decrease by 7%. Next. For occupation, the most BS midwifery graduates in FCPC are in midwife position, which is 77%. Others are clinic owners, faculty, in barangay health centers, hospitals, and other business career. Next po. For the institution, there is a greater number of midwives employed in private sector than in the government or public. Some government employee midwives don't have container position as stated in the study of Canila and Hipolito in 2018. Next po. The maximum number of midwives work locally, which is 95%, and the rest work abroad for about 5%. There are many reasons of choosing to work locally. The advantages and disadvantages of working abroad reflected in the study written by Rolenzo et al. In 2015. Some have courage to work abroad because of better opportunity and a high-paying job based on the study written by Picasso Ulep et al. In 2014. Next slide po. In a specific impact, under income status, 53.8% of respondents get higher compensation after completing DSM program and 22% get promoted. By moral aspects, almost 100% of the respondents confirmed that they felt proud, good self-esteem, and high morale after graduated DSM. 91.8% received positive outlook from colleagues and other professionals. In terms of job opportunities, 95% of midwives do not want to work abroad and only 5% of them are planning to seek overseas employment. 92.8% or majority of midwives are confident and become more competent after taking the DSM program. FCPC is 100% recommended by the graduated BS midwifery students according to the results. Aside from being a commendable school of 100% board passing rate and on level 1 category on PACUCOA, the program enhanced their skills and competency. They commented that their school professors and program head is patient, knowledgeable, understanding, supportive, and give them courage to complete the program, and that they really appreciate their efforts toward it. The BSM program is overall beneficial to the graduated students from school year 2016 to 2019. Next po. Recommendation and discussion. As a school of high standards and excellence, FCPC commendable to offer Bachelor of Science in Midwifery with 100% passing rate on board examination, full compliance with CHED accreditation, and on level 1 category on PACUCOA. Midwife believe that through BSM program, the status in workplace skills and confidence would enhance. It is also self-satisfying to complete the course of BSM because it can boost your self-esteem that after all, you earn a degree that in our time is not an option. So we recommend that if you can afford to continue the course, consider the thought it's fulfilling. The salary is competitive and the chance for better position to have promotion after graduating the program. In the study, clinic owners and government employees get the most net income of 20 to 30,000 monthly. More career option after completing the program aside from practicing.
Thank you so much to our presenter. Unfortunately, your time is up, but we will be talking to you after the three other presenters from the College of Allied Medical Sciences to our Q&A portion. So next up,
Our second presenter, you may now share your screen. And let me remind our panelists, you may now put your grades or scores to our tabulation. Next presenter, we have Grace, Annabelle, and Karina. All right.
Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to our panelists, our teachers, our co-presenters. The title of our study is The Experience of the Filipino Teenage Mothers in Teenage Pregnancy and Early Motherhood in Bagong Barrio. Teenage pregnancy and early motherhood is a major concern worldwide. This qualitative study aimed to know live experiences of mothers who conceived during their teenage years. The 5 participants live in Bagong Barrio based on the result of thematic approach in data analysis. 3 themes were identified: the awakening period, the redirection, and optimism and increased faith. Overall, this study revealed the sense of loss and anxiety was their initial reaction upon confirming the pregnancy. Nonetheless, as they continue being a mother, a general satisfaction was perceived as they saw these anticipated events as a challenging yet fulfilling and positive events in their lives. Hello? I'm Grace. Grace.
Nasa anong part na po kayo?
I'm Grace.
Unang-una po. The title. Yeah. So here is the background of the study. Teenage pregnancy is also known as adolescent pregnancy, which occurs in females under 20 years of age, or specifically those 13 to 19 years old. Biologically, an adolescent woman can conceive from sexual intercourse as early as she started to ovulate. Usually, first ovulation takes place after the first menstrual bleeding called menarche. Physical and psychological changes take place during adolescence. Approximately 4 million girls aged 15 to 19 years old give birth every year. In the Philippines, adolescent pregnancy increased by 60% in the year 2000 to 2010. So adolescent pregnancy is considered as a global problem. So teenage pregnancies are associated with social and economic issues such as lower educational level. Some Catholic schools here in the Philippines did not allow pregnant women to continue their studies, so they don't have a choice but to stop and just focus on their pregnancy. So having lower educational attainment, mothers usually struggle to find a decent job. As a result, they experience poverty. And also because they are not mature enough to handle the situation, it comes to the point where their partners split or separate, and it leads to single parenting. The researchers aim to answer the following. Number 1, demographic profile of the participants, year of adolescent pregnancy, current age, occupation, and marital status. 2, to know the experiences of teenage mothers in Bagong Barrio, Caloocan City, who conceived during their teenage years and experienced early motherhood. The significance of the study. The result of the study will be beneficial to the persons and institutions such as adolescents, family and friends of teenage mother, teachers, healthcare providers, barangay officials, and citizens, and lastly, for our future research. So the scope and limitations. The study is qualitative and phenomenological by design, which only aims to explore the experiences of Filipino participants who had experienced teenage pregnancy and currently residing in Barangay Barrio, Caloocan City.
This study only covers the experiences of teenage pregnancy and early motherhood. No other variables or phenomenon would be discussed or used. This study cannot be generalized to any other teenage mother inside and outside the research profile. This study did not compare any of the life experiences of the participants. So here is the theoretical framework. Theory of reason action. So the theory of reason action can be applied in many given contexts to understand and predict human behavior. We suggest that a person's behavior is determined by their intention to perform and behavior that is this intention is based on situational factors, safe, subjective norms, and attitudes. Next is the transition theory. The transition theory allows us to better appreciate what individuals experience during a transition period. When we study the transition period, it is return to early motherhood. The participants, while narrating their life experience, showed a significant situation in teenage. Conceptual framework. Initiation of research, a qualitative study on the Filipino teenage mothers in Bagong Barrio, their experiences on teenage pregnancy and early motherhood. The process, sampling, purposive selection of participants, data collection, in-depth interviews, observation, note-taking, and audio recording. Thematic approach in data analysis. Grouping and categorizing the responses of the participants. Output, social awareness, social support to lessen the stigma, creation of social support programs. Next. So our methodology, phenomenological study is a form of qualitative research that explores what people experience in teenage pregnancy and early motherhood and focuses on their experience of phenomena. We use types of two sampling techniques: purposive sampling and snowball sampling. Purposive, it is focused on particular characteristics of the population that are of interest, and while the snowball sampling, it's a type of non-probability sampling wherein the specific participants were asked by the researchers to identify other potential respondents and the So data analysis, thematic approach. So number one is data gathering, record the interview and take note of their responses, familiarize the data gathered through interview, search for patterns or themes across the different interviews, group the data with similar patterns by lifting dialogue or lines from the participant, develop categories and define themes from the response.
Result and discussion. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, and in consideration to carefully follow the social distancing and safety health protocols, the researchers opted to interview the participants via Zoom application, Google Meet, and Facebook Messenger, video conference, whichever is accessible to participants. Number one is the awakening period. This is the moment of realization that comes with being a teenage mother. The period of awakening to teenage pregnancy seems to be full of anxiety that relates to parents' disapproval and regrets. The feeling of shock, fear, and they confirm that they are pregnant. So despite the overwhelming experience of being teenage mother, we have here the second theme, the redirection. In this period is the preparation and acceptance of their new roles as mothers. Yet they will experience their desire to strike where they fall. Despite these unplanned events, they've showed that willingness to pick up themselves and start anew. This leads to the last theme, which is the optimism and increased faith. So this early mother believes that everything happens for a reason, although most of the women had not planned their pregnancy. In this stage, they experience a general satisfaction towards their condition, so this will become challenge to them to become stronger person. Next slide.
All right, thank you so much. Sorry to cut you off, but your time is up. Thank you so much to our second presenter from the College of Allied Medical Sciences. We will now be moving on with our third presenter from Bachelor of Science in Nursing. You may now share your screen. Edwina, Edwina. And your timer starts now.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Edwina May Vito Villanueva, and I'm from the College of Allied Medical Services under Bachelor of Science in Nursing. And the title of my research is Awareness and Attitudes Towards Universal Healthcare Law, or Republic Act number 11223 among nurses and patients in San Jose del Monte, Bulacan. So we all know that every Filipino aspires for a healthy life. A ready access to affordable and efficient healthcare system is an important element to wellness. In the Philippines, according to the 2009 Department of Health data, only 40% of hospitals are public. For-profit private healthcare institutions pervade the country. Even within the public healthcare system, it is also challenging to coordinate deployment of policies and programs, demonstrating the presence of scattered healthcare system in the country. Understandably, majority of Filipinos could not afford a health insurance for their family, nor send them to private hospitals when the need arises. With the increasing prices of medicines, laboratory kits, and medical services in private hospitals and healthcare institutions, reaching this aspiration is becoming very challenging. And that is the reason, and as you can see in the table, there is a high percentage of confined patients who uses their salary or who make use of their out-of-pocket service, the out-of-pocket money, particularly in not only in private hospitals but more so in public hospitals. That is the reason why in February 2019, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte signed into law the Universal Healthcare Law, or Republic Act 11223. This act broadens access to healthcare services by automatically enrolling all Filipino citizens to the Department of Health and Philippine Health Insurance Corporations, or PhilHealth's committed program called the National Health Insurance Program, or NHIP. Next slide, please. It also expands scope of medical procedures covered by PhilHealth, including preventive measures such as consultations and laboratory tests, including other integrative reforms in the country's health system. The act aims to improve not only the health condition of the country's population, but also help every Filipino be health literate. This paper aims to contribute by providing the necessary impetus to the municipalities' healthcare authorities through an assessment of the current awareness level among nurses about universal healthcare law and patients' attitude towards the implementation of the universal healthcare law in the municipality. It does so by tackling few of the following questions. First is the demographic profile of the respondents, particularly their age, gender, educational attainment, type of institution regarding nurses, and the type of financial capabilities for patients. Second would be the level of awareness of nurses towards universal healthcare law, as to the requirements of availment, benefits, scope, and limitations. Third would be the level of interaction between doctors and patients, between doctors and nurses, and between nurses and patients. Fourth would be the level of awareness of patients regarding universal healthcare law, and lastly would be the attitude and perceptions of the respondents regarding the universal healthcare law. Considering the newness of the universal healthcare law, it is surprising to find absence or lack of adequate local government programs and private initiatives that take advantage of the law's enablement, including availability of fund sources for such programs and initiatives. Public programs and private initiatives need to be properly designed to truly enable the delivery of care, especially to the most vulnerable sectors of the population. It is non-negotiable that they relate to conditions of interactions of doctors, nurses, and patients in the field in order to ascertain the law's noble intentions are realized and country's scarce resources effectively employed. With regards to the related literature, we included in this particular area the history of when it happened, what's the initial step that happened, We defined what universal healthcare law means, who were the makers or the authors of this act, as well as the health benefits, the requirements, the scope and limitations of the said law. And then for the related studies, we included in this particular areas the different other countries and different opinions of other people with regards to the awareness of healthcare practitioners and other patients regarding the universal healthcare law. There were researchers who actually looked upon it as a political issue rather than a medical issue, but with regards to the benefits, most of the healthcare practitioners, more of the healthcare providers will be the ones, and the patients will be beneficial, but the beneficiaries of the said act. For the conceptual framework, we made use of the input process output model, wherein the questionnaires were used, and then we requested for permission to different hospitals there within the locale of San Jose del Monte, Bulacan, and made data gathering and collection by giving out Google form questionnaires. Then we applied statistical treatment, and then did our analysis and interpretation, and came up with a conclusion and recommendation to bring about the output, knowing the effective knowledge of levels of awareness of nurses and patients and their attitude towards the universal healthcare law. For the different specific objectives, the research methodology that was used was a descriptive method, and we gathered employed nurses, actually 50 employed nurses and 50 patients in 8 different hospitals within San Jose del Monte, Bulacan, and we gave out Google form questionnaires. Then the statistical treatment was frequency, distribution, and percentage. For the different specific objectives, for the first question, or the demographic profile, the first table and figure shows the frequency of surveyed respondents according to age. Showed that from 100 respondents, the researchers sent Google form questionnaires to 8 private institutions, and 36% of the surveyed population belong to ages between 31 to 40. And this data showed the combination of ages for surveyed nurses and patients, and most of the employed nurses belong to the middle adult age group. We all agree that awareness plays a key role in our approach to improving access to healthcare. The assumption that in this age group there is a high incidence where nurses are less informed and less aware of the policies being implemented. And according to Eric Erickson's stage of psychosocial theory, in this age group, in the age group of 51 to 60, this is where adults tend to create things that will outlast them, and things that would benefit others. As per the given chart, only a small percentage falls to this age group, and we can therefore assume that this may contribute to having less awareness level towards the universal healthcare law. For the second table, among 100 respondents, 64% belong to the female category, female gender, and 36% fell on the male gender. According to the World Health Organization, gender influences people's experience of the access of healthcare. The way that health services are organized and provided can either limit a person's access to healthcare information, support, and services, and the outcome of these encounters. But there is what we call the gender injustice. Universal healthcare law states that health services should be affordable, accessible, and acceptable to all, and they should be provided for fairly and with quality, uprightness, and dignity. In the data presented, female nurses dominated the surveyed group and showed a higher incidence of awareness to universal healthcare law. But we also need to look into gender injustice. There is a hindrance to that could restrict and cause limitations or lack of training and awareness among healthcare workers.
All right.
Last, oh, okay. Okay. No problem. Okay.
Your research later on after you continue our training. Thank you so much. And now we will be moving on with our last presenter under the College of Allied Medical Sciences. So let us have Ms. Hazel Keith Bejo. You may now share your screen. Your time starts now. Hazel, you're still on mute. Hazel?
Hello po. Can you
All
hear
right. Okay, you can start with 48. All right. Your time starts now.
me? Good afternoon, everyone, especially to our esteemed panelists. I am Hazel Kate Bejo, fourth-year student from the College of Allied and Medical Sciences, Bachelor of Science in Nursing. HIV/AIDS still remains a global problem which has affected not only the infected individuals but also their family and society. But with the increasing knowledge and awareness of the people, there is significant decrease in HIV cases and deaths. However, majority of young people are still unaware of some of it in some of its aspects, if not all, despite having programs and campaigns directed for them. With regards to this, I would like to present to you my research study about the HIV/AIDS awareness of KPA National High School's grade 10 students for the academic year 2020-2021. Human immunodeficiency virus infection is a type of sexually transmitted infection that attacks the immune system of the body that can be transmitted from person to person. If left undetected and unmanaged, the condition will worsen and will lead to the disease of the immune system known as acquired immune deficiency syndrome, where the person already has shown signs of the disease. In 2008, the Philippines had an estimated number of 14,000 new HIV infection cases for all ages, with a total of 77,000 people living with HIV, where 30,000 of it are young people aged 15 to 24 years old. There is still no cure for HIV/AIDS up to this day, but there are antiretroviral therapies which slow down the progress of the disease. Treatment for HIV is mandated by the Republic Act 8504 or the Philippine AIDS Prevention and Control Act of 1998, which also protects the people with HIV from discrimination through its anti-discriminatory acts and policies. To validate whether the current HIV/AIDS awareness campaigns are effective in delivering information specifically to the students of KPA National High School, this study will be seeking to answer the following questions: the demographics of the respondents according to their age, sexuality, religion, parental status, socioeconomic status, and relationship status, their level of knowledge according to AIDS regarding HIV/AIDS as to the nature of the disease process, modes of transmission, signs and symptoms, treatment and prevention, campaigns and programs. What are the respondents' rate in terms of their sexual experience, activity, and safe sex practice? The respondents' preferred sources of information and their attitude and perception to persons living with HIV/AIDS. This study intends to identify the effectiveness of HIV/AIDS campaigns on educating the young people. By knowing how knowledgeable and aware they are about HIV/AIDS, will identify what aspect of the issue is needing emphasis and be able to create programs or campaigns suited and preferred by the young people. In particular, this study aims to help the young people, parents, school administrators, healthcare workers, barangay healthcare committee, city health office, local government unit, and the future researchers. For the related literature, the Health New York government published a handbook about talking with teens, which states the HIV, STD, and hepatitis C basics to share with the teens. For the HIV prevention toolbox, as stated in the hiv.gov, it states the tools that have shown to significantly reduce the risk of transmission. The U.S. Department of Health in 2009 published the Educate Youth about HIV, which provides tips for getting started of HIV education at home. In Manila, the ManilaTimes.net published news about three Bulacan cities with most HIV cases in region, in which San Jose del Monte, Bulacan comes first. The Department of Health website in 2020 posted the HIV strategies and interventions of the department. For the related studies matrix, right, a study by Reifman in 2018 shows that young men who have sex with men were likely less to report a school-based HIV infection. And Foner's study in 2014 demonstrated a school-based sex education is an effective strategy in reducing HIV-related risk. Urada's study results suggest a need for organizational policy and level interventions to protect adolescent females from working in unsafe environments in the Philippines and prevent youth from being recruited into high-risk situations. Abrigo's study in 2017 shows that increasing HIV/AIDS knowledge may result in substantial cost savings from prevented STIs. And a study by NAS in 2019 revealed that education and income levels have significant relationship with HIV awareness. For the conceptual framework of this study and methodology, this study is a descriptive research study conducted in KP, a national high school with their 100 grade 10 students as the respondents. Google Form questionnaire is used for data gathering with the permission of their parents, teachers, school administration, due to the sensitivity of the topic and questions. For the statistical method used in analyzing and interpreting the data are the following: frequency distribution and percentage, the mean, median, and mode, and the standard deviation. The results of the study according to age shows that majority of the respondents belongs to the age group, age 15 years old. And according to the sexuality, majority of the respondents are female. With regards to their religion, 42% of the students are are Roman Catholic. With their parental status, most of the majority of the respondents have both of their parents or live together with their parents. The frequency and percentage of the respondents according to their socioeconomic status belongs to the poor economic class. With regards to their relationship status, 41% of the students are currently single. So with regards to the frequency and percentage of the respondents' knowledge according to the nature of the disease, majority of the respondents have shallow knowledge with regards to the nature of the disease, and only 3% of them have an expert knowledge. So according to the disease process, majority of the respondents have average knowledge. In the modes of transmission of the disease, majority of them have shallow knowledge about the mode of transmission. For the signs and symptoms of the disease, 46% of them have shallow knowledge, and only 17 and 2% have deep knowledge and expert knowledge about this topic. For the treatment, most of the students have average to deep knowledge about HIV. So for the prevention, a lot of them, or majority of the students, have shallow to average knowledge about the HIV prevention. And for the DOH campaigns and programs, shallow knowledge, or majority of the students have shallow knowledge about the different campaigns of the DOH. So for the sexual experience, majority of the respondents have one sexual experience with only one partner. And for the sexual activity, majority of them have monthly sexual activity with their partners. For the safe sex practice, majority of them have never used barriers during their intercourse. For their preferred sources, we can see here that majority of the respondents prefer social media or the websites, and the healthcare professionals as their source of information. So in conclusion, based on this research, the DOH HIV/AIDS campaigns do not reach their target audience. Majority of the respondents have vague knowledge about HIV/AIDS, which is a risk factor for the development of new HIV cases. But since we have identified what aspects are needing priority, this study aims to recommend ways to address the issue, providing the youth with proper and complete information. We can increase safe sex practice and decrease HIV cases in the barangay, as well as providing more support to persons living with HIV/AIDS by increasing the number of people with positive attitudes towards them. And as we can see from the results of this study, it shows that there is increasing support for them.
All right, and your time is up. Thank you so much to our fourth presenter, and now we will be moving on with our Q&A portion, starting with our BS Midwifery students, with our first presenter, Ritamina, Cadigia, Venus, and Juliet. So let's start with our statistician panelist, Sir Jason Humarang. So our first presenter, you may share your screen just in case our panelists will be asking for some reviews of your presentation. So, Sir Jason. Sir Jason, you are on mute.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Okay. For my first question, did you include in your questionnaire an evaluation of your curriculum, say what subjects really helped your previous students or your graduates, or which laboratory subjects helped them?
Regarding, sir, the server questionnaire that we gave, there is no specific subjects or laboratory included. Only the questions, 10 number questions.
Okay. Siguro if you will have further study, it's very important also to ask that question so that it will also be helpful to your school, no? Makita nyo ano yung edge nyo. I saw that in your presentation you have 100% passing rate. What's the reason? Ano kaya yung maybe what you can offer, so that it will also be helpful to the school. By the way, gaano na katagal yung program ng Midwifery sa FCPC? Gaano na katagal? How many years na siya? How many years na yung program ng Midwifery program?
It's since 2012, sir.
2012. Why is it that you only asked 2016 to 2019 respondents or graduates?
The first midwifery batch comes from 2016, sir.
Tama. Sorry. I'm sorry. So that's running for 5 years, ano. And tinanong ko siya kasi yun nga, baka ako meron pang mga later batches na pwedeng tanungin. For my last question, looking at your research question, do you think you already the research question answers the title of your research, which is you're getting the impact of the program?
Sir, specifically the impact from income status, moral aspect, and career path, sir.
Do you think that answer the impact? Nakuha nyo ba yung impact answering those
questions?
Yes,
sir. Yes, sir. Overall, this study concluded and determined that Bachelor of Science in Midwifery program in FCPC graduates have positively great impact in their personal profile, moral aspect, career path, financial status, and is unanimously beneficial.
Kasi I'm just wondering kung mas okay na you just look at the status, not the impact. Medyo masyado kasing broad when you look at the impact. Kaya baka pwede consider the title. Hindi ko alam kung pwede pang gawin yun. To just look on the status of the status of the program for the graduates.
Okay, sir.
That's all. Thank you so much.
Noted, sir. Thank you,
Alright.
sir. Noted po.
Thank you so much, Sir Jason. This time, let us have Doc Antonio.
Okay, so now, wala naman ako masyadong question, pero curious lang ako, how do you conduct your survey in times of the pandemic and the situation of our country and busy medical workers in the hospital, for example, since you are conducting a results data in the hospital?
We did this research, sir, before pandemic times. So it is, we can add additional effects or recommendation for this pandemic situation we're having.
Okay, so that's all.
All right, this time, let us move on with Doc Eloy.
Okay, thank you. For the 4 remaining presenters po, since your issues are all very sensitive, please do not forget also to include ethical considerations because those are very important thing that you have to put, diba, at the last part. Now, sususugan ko yung sinabi ni Sir, yung with my co-panelists kasi, ma'am, what impact are you referring? What impact are you referring, ma'am?
Again, sir?
What impact are you referring? Kasi the title itself, it's very huge. This is very huge, anak, no? Kahit nga yung salitang demands, di ba? And then impact, that is very, that is very general. So it needs a lot of scrutiny and it needs a lot of study. So after figuring out the impact, what impact are you referring, ma'am?
It is the effects of BSN program regarding their income status, moral aspect, and career path. So,
okay. Siguro, kung ako ang gagawa halimbawa ng title mo, anak, no, I'll just add on coming from the status. Ang dapat na maging title niyo would be profiling status of profiling or the status of Bachelor of Science in Midwifery program in First City Providential College graduates. Kasi yung impact masyadong malaki yun, anak, no? So, I hope, diba, it will help if in case that you'll be taking again your masters, at least you may change also. Thank you.
Okay, sir, noted po.
Okay, thank you so much to our panelists. And now we will be moving on with our second presenters, Grace, Annabelle, and Karina. This time, let's move on with Doc Antonio.
Okay, my question is, how do you include your in your research about the lack of information about sexual and reproductive health and rights? So, based dun sa mga binanggit mo kanina, more on the different reasons nung teenage mother and teenage pregnancy, yung mga ordinary factors, no? Pero I want you to know how do you include the research in your research about the lack of information about sexual and reproductive health and rights.
Bibili tayo marka after nito.
No, wala.
Anyone could answer the question, please? Grace, Annabelle, and Karina, our second presenters from Bachelor of Science in Midwifery.
Sorry, sir, kindly repeat the question, please.
Okay. How do you include in your research about the lack of information about sexual and reproductive health and rights? Paano niyo in-include siya, yung ganung findings niyo ng data dun sa inyong research about the lack of information nung, let's say, nung bata, kaya siya na maagang nabuntis because lack of information and she don't know about the sexual and reproductive health topic or the rights of the person.
So, Sir, bali included siya dun sa social economic issues po.
dun po sa lower educational attainment po. Kaya po siya, kaya minsan nagli-lead po sa maagang pagbubuntis dahil nga po hindi sila nakakapagtapos ng pag-aaral.
Yung ba yung ibig niyo sabihin na lack of information siya doon? Hindi doon sa maaga siya nabuntis kasi hindi siya nakapagtapos. That could be considering as a lack of information already.
Yes po. Opo.
Oh. Okay.
All right, thank you so much, Doc Antonio. This time we will be moving on with our statistician panelist, Sir Jason Humarang.
Hello. I only have 2 questions now. What motivates you to choose Barangay Barrio? Is it Barangay Barrio? Bagong Barrio as the interest of your study?
Meron po kaming nakilala dun, sir, na nakapagsabi sa amin, co-midwife din po na namin na madami daw pong cases doon po sa Barangay Bagong Barrio po. Kaya doon na lang po yung chosen place namin. Kaya, ayun po.
Na-verify nyo ba siya based on the
Yes po.
record? Ano yung basis niyo?
We confirm po nag-coordinate po kami sa health center. And then we conduct Zoom meeting po
Okay.
ng mga participants po namin, sir.
But in here, you only interviewed 5, tama?
Yes po.
Why 5? Do you think that would be representation of the barangay? Sabi mo kanina maraming siyang na karoon ng teenage pregnancy. So I'm just asking lang if you think the 5 persons or 5 teenagers would be a representative of the persons na nagkaroon ng teenage pregnancy doon sa Bagong Barrio.
So, bali sir kasi muna kami sa kanila. Yung bali 5 participants lang po kasi yung willing po na magpa-interview. Ganon.
Okay.
Kaya,
but you have the list, tama?
Yes po.
So tiningnan nyo lahat doon. So only 5 are willing to answer.
Yes po. Yes po.
Okay. Kasi ang concern ko lang kasi if it's the you can generalize using those 5. Kaya ako chat tinanong. Saka kung naging significant ba ito doon mismo sa barrio? Na-relate nyo ba yung naibigay nyo ba yung result ng inyong ng study sa kanila?
Yes po.
Okay.
Meron po kaming mga written. Yes, okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
So much, Sir Jason. This time, let us call in Doc Eloy.
Ano lang din po ito, positive comments coming from Sir Jason kasi di ba ito ay qualitative research, tama ba?
Yes po.
Oo, anak, hindi tatayo ang qualitative research if it's only 5 participants. The ideal participant should be 10 participants, anak. And then if you are talking and speaking, for example, in front of the panelists sooner or later, anak, you have to prove there should be a proper documentation. It's either you have to prove at least a document that will provide and prove that these are all the cases. Anak, ang tanong ko, sabi mo maraming cases, lumayo ka pa, 5 lang pala ang nakuha mo sa Caloocan. Di sana pumunta ka dyan sa Francisco, sa Phase E, itinuro kita, anak, ang dami kong kakilalang may nabubuntis ng maaga dyan. And that's really my ambition to become pregnant, anak, di ba? So ang tanong ko, Iha, this is my question. After figuring out those experiences of the Filipino teenage mothers, what is your output out of this? What output would you like to propose after figuring out the experiences of the Filipino teenage mothers?
So, bali sir, we can conduct programs that can educate those teenage.
What programs? Specific. What programs?
We can conduct health family planning, proper using of family planning, introduce them to them.
But don't you think that is already the responsibility of the local government unit, just like, for example, doon sa mga health centers? So, a piece of advice, anak, when you are going to conduct such sensitive issues kasi hindi nga lahat naman sasagot, di ba? And then at the same time, hindi din naman lahat tutugon, anak. For you to be, for your study to be realistic, dapat you have to figure out different things and then ethical consideration should always prevail, anak. Kasi kung ako, hindi ako maniniwala na talagang nag-conduct ka halimbawa kung 5 lang yung naging participants. Kasi try to figure out, qualitative, it should always be 10 participants. That's the minimum. Pwedeng tumayo yung pag-aaral mo. But lowering, going 5, that's too impossible, anak. No? So a piece of advice. And then try to figure out also an output which is not repetitive. Kasi kapag ka inuulit lang naman, so what's the purpose of creating an output or an intervention program? Yun lang. Thank you. Thank you
po.
Right, so this time we will be moving on with our BS Nursing students with our third presenter, Edwina. Take it away, Sir Jason.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Question ko lang, almost the same with the first, with the second group dun sa midwifery. How many hospital yung kinitigan na study?
8 different hospitals po in San Jose del Monte.
Mga private hospitals lahat?
Yes, opo. Because of difficulties po, because of the pandemic, there was really a challenge in getting information from nurses from different hospitals as well as yung getting permits from different hospitals. Yeah, kaya medyo palalim.
Alam mo ba kung gaano karaming private hospital in San Jose del Monte?
Yes po, marami po sila. Actually, yung 8 lang po na yun ang nakuha ko kasi they are the ones na easily, yung accessible po, na napakadali kong nakuhanan because of yung networks din po na kilala na po pwedeng mapag-sharean ng questionnaires.
Okay.
Yes.
Sige, pwede natin pandemic eh. Now, second question, have you considered comparing the result of the survey between nurse and the patient?
Apo, yes, actually hindi lang po din na include na dun sa pinaka-presentation. But according po dun sa data na na-gather, more of the nurses ang nakakaalam as to the are more aware of the universal healthcare law, unlike yung mga patients who really doesn't know na included na pala sila doon sa universal healthcare law. They thought na they needed to be referred or something, or may form pa sila that they need to fill up in order to be eligible doon sa act. Yes.
Okay. I think it's also important to know kung gaano yung difference between the patient and the nurses. Siguro, clarification na lang itong last question ko kasi I haven't seen your RRL para lang sa rating mo dun sa paper. I haven't seen your RRL at saka conceptual framework in the paper that you have submitted. It's only presented. I will be just asking bakit wala dun sa paper na pinasa.
Opo, hindi ko na po nailagay dun sa... But dun po sa final paper, it's included po there all the related literatures, related studies po na na-gather. May local and foreign studies din po tayo na na-include dun sa paper, final paper.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you din po.
Alright, this time let us have Doc Edmund.
Okay, first, Madam Candidate, I love the tone of your voice.
Salamat.
Yes, I love the tone of your voice. But then again, anak, you have mentioned about gender.
Yes po.
What's this? Inequality.
Yes po.
And gender injustice. What's the difference between injustice and inequality?
When it comes to gender injustice po, kasi this is a hindrance actually to having yung adequate healthcare service na maipoprovide natin for patients as well as for other yung healthcare practitioners. There are ang sinasabi po naman na gender inequalities is wherein most of the time patients believe or dun po sa parang mas naniniwala sila dun sa mga straight, let's say, it's either female or male, and they do not really pay more attention to the lesbian community or the gay community. So there is yes po. So meron tayong nagkakaroon po ng ganun, nagkakaroon ng inequality dun sa pag-ask nila, and yun with regards to the interaction between the nurses and the patients particularly. Yes
Alam mo,
po.
anak, maganda din pag-aaral mo yan, yung tinatawagan nating social injustice, and then related, diba, doon sa universal healthcare, no? Kasi
Yes po.
itong awareness and attitudes of towards universal healthcare law, o after being aware. So what's next? Dapat lagi siyang output-based nowadays. So since you are related or aligned in science, much better, diba, since you have discussed already inequality and
injustice.
It can be a mixed method, anak. But again, it depends upon the institutional requirement. Pero this will serve as a springboard on your part when you proceed and take your masters, at least, diba, to have a
Yes
bright
po.
ideas on what is, diba, on what is your
Yes.
research is all about. Para ano.
Yes po.
Well, anyway,
Noted, sir.
congratulations.
Thank you po. Thank you po.
Doc Antonio, your turn now.
So, I would like to ask, do you have any gathered data regarding on the relevance of the universal healthcare law in the Philippines development?
Yes sir, meron po tayong mga researches and may mga data din po ako na nag-gather, considering po na ayun nga, in other countries they are already planning on doing this. In the United States meron tayong Medicare, in other third world countries, particularly po meron po ako na-include dun sa related studies ko na they are having difficulty nga po sharing the said act then to majority of the population because of its political issue, kasi nagkakaroon po ng nami-mix po yung political issue doon sa benefits na magagather ng mga beneficiaries doon sa healthcare law. Apo. Thank you po.
All right, and now let us move on with our last presenter. Ayan, of course with Hazel. Let's start with you, Doc. Let's have Doc Antonio.
I would like to ask, what could be the impact of your research study? Hello?
Hazel, please put your microphone button on unmute. Unmute your microphone.
Hello, I'm sorry, I forgot to unmute my microphone. Yes, Doc?
Yeah. Can you get my question pa? Hindi pa. Okay, sige. What would be the impact of your research study?
My research study po aims to help create a program that is suitable for the grade 10 students of Kaipian National High School based on their preferred method of receiving information. So from there, this study also aims to help the community, the city health office, to monitor and to identify how knowledgeable are the young people of our barangay.
Okay. Sige, that's all.
Doc Eloy, your turn now.
Po, I'm a little bit bothered sorry if I may use the word kasi we might pollute the virginal ears of our students just like my virgin ears with this kind of studies. And I'm sorry
Yes,
for my word.
Yes, po.
But we have to be liberated at some point.
Yes, po.
Anak, don't you think that this is too much? Sorry if I may use the word. Don't you think that this is ambitious when you are going to conduct a study that talks about or as regards about HIV and AIDS, and then our respondents would be grade 10 students? Don't you think that it might affect also their self-esteem and personality, and we might open them to become more polygamous at some point?
Yes po. I have asked po the advisors of these students kung ano po yung kung ano po yung mga alam nila about dun sa students nila with regards to their relationship. Also,
don't you think, sorry if I may use also
yes, po.
this is although this is a very controversial study also
yes, po.
Anak, kasi don't you think that you are intruding also the privacy of students? Aminin naman natin, doon lang tayo, real talk tayo. Ako, napakatotoo ko lang. There are so many students, even if it's not grade 10 and so on, they are open already with sex, no? And then others, di ba, they engage in, di ba, homophobic and polygamous act, no? But don't you think that we are already invading and intruding their private, for example, life? Don't you think?
Yes po, I have considered po that. That's why po sa questionnaire, it is included po yung disclaimer na their response will not be and personal information will not be released, and they can answer it if only they want to po.
Okay,
so,
follow-up question, mabilis lang kasi may kasunod.
Yes po.
After being aware, after, di ba, after let's say once that they have noticed already regarding, di ba, HIV and AIDS awareness, what's the output of your study?
The output of the study is it identified po the level of knowledge of the students with regards to HIV/AIDS, and being able to create po a program for
Okay, given na yan. Last question, anak.
Yes,
di ba integrations, let's say, of awareness as regards with HIV and AIDS, what subjects do you think that most probably, if it's possible, to integrate the awareness, let's say, in HIV and AIDS? Kasi there must be an integration. We have to integrate it from those different subjects under the grade 10 curriculum. So what do you think would be the specific subject that we can integrate the awareness with regard, let's say, in HIV and AIDS?
Yung with regards po sa integration, this study po focused only po dun sa program na preferred by the students. That's why po yung output po is mainly created, which is a seminar conducted online with the professionals.
I hope I understand that falls under your scope and delimitation of your study. But again, this will be an avenue on your part as you, or when you proceed your study, dapat there should always be an integration. You have to integrate the awareness.
Yes.
Talking about HIV and AIDS doon sa subject. That's all.
Yes,
thank you.
Yes po. Yes, Doc, yung ano po about po sa integration, there is a a separate study about sex education program. That's why
meron lang ako.
That's why po this study aims to help that researcher, which is my classmate, with her sex education program research.
Okay, so again, congrats, but again, let us all pray, no, that this will lessen. Okay, thank you.
Yes po.
Thank you.
Thank you po.
This time, let us have Sir Jason.
Hazel, how is the response rate on the research question number 3? Were they able to answer it? Graded student? Marami bang sumagot?
Wait lang po. Hindi ko na po maalala yung... which po?
Research question number 3. I think that's sexual activity.
The sexual activity po. Yung, yes po. But since po yung... since the population of KPN National High School is more than 100 po, so it is enough po to cover 100 respondents po.
Kasi medyo, yun nga eh.
Almost 100 naman po yung almost 100, more than 100 po actually yung sumagot dun sa question. Meron pong ibang personal message asking if their information or personal information will be included in the research. So
Sir Jason, sorry ha.
Yes, po.
Sir, doon po ako natatakot, sorry ha, kasi syempre, sorry sir if I'm bad din ha, sorry po, may apology. Ang nakakatakot ang nakakatakot lang diyang anak. Ako openly ako ha, but not all individual will admit that they are watching and by sense.
Yes,
alam nga namang, oy bakla ka ba, sagutin mo ito. Hindi pwedeng ganun, anak. So you have to be kasi it has something to do also with my study, yung sa aking yung tungkol sa LGBT din. Pero anak, make sure that there should be an appropriate tool and ethical consideration that you have to provide because others might be offended with the kind of questions that you are going to make. Sir Jason, my apology. Thank you.
Okay lang po. May second question kasi, paano ka nakakuha ng approval from the admin given that sensitive topic?
I have provided po the school at the principal with the questionnaire po to check if they will allow the questions and including po yung advisors because most of the students are very close with their advisor po.
Kasi based on experience, we also had medyo similar study niya pero hindi kami pinayagan.
Yes.
Very sensitive nga yung topic.
Yes.
Balik lang
yes po. According po dun naman po sa tawag dito sa meeting ko po with different advisors po of different grade 10 sections, very open naman daw po yung mga students nila with, as long as hindi daw po i-release yung information sa kanila, wala pong personal information.
Okay. Can you go back to your slide dun sa sexual activity kasi parang medyo bothered ako dun sa result. Sexual activity.
Here.
Yeah. Frequency of sexual activity. What do you mean by that?
According po dun sa questionnaire po, they were asked if they have sexual activity daily, weekly, monthly, and then po meron pong instruction doon to write if how many times by day, by weeks, or by month po yung ano nila.
Parang alarming yung result, no? Ibig sabihin,
yes po. But although sir, honestly po, hindi ko mababalidate kung most of the students have answered honestly or nantitrip lang po sila.
Yung next slide mo, tinan mo. Ayan. Always 16, that's 19.
So with this po, as yes po, as part of my analysis, since they are most of them are from poor economic class, so wala po silang kumbaga condom is parang personal want na po eh. So wala po silang and then mostly po sa kanila hindi po alam na merong healthcare or yung barangay healthcare center po is adolescent friendly, which provides free condom. Also, yung iba po.
Nakabother lang say, I don't know if we could validate that one. Sana hindi yan totoo.
Yes po, this. And yun lang din po. I'm seeking po help po on how to validate this data. Kasi I'm not sure po kung if some of them have answered honestly or not. Yes po.
All right, thank you so much to our panelists and of course to our 4 presenters under the College of Allied Medical Sciences. And now let us move on with our last 3 presenters. We have 2 entries from the College of Computer Studies, so let's get to it with our first presenter, Angel, Benjo, Mark, Kevin, and Charles. You may now share your screen and your timer starts now.
Good day, everyone. I'm Angel Guerrero from the College of Computer Studies, and our capstone project title is Android Development, a Filipino Sign Language Translation Application using Machine Learning. So before we started with our PowerPoint presentation, I would like to ask the panelists if we could first demonstrate our product, if it's that okay, before the PowerPoint presentation.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. So in developing the system, we use 2 different approaches. The first approach that we use is the TensorFlow Lite approach. It is also a machine learning, but is more compatible with Android development. And the other approach is the CNN, or the convolutional neural network approach. It is most commonly applied to analyze visual imagery. So for the TensorFlow Lite approach, I'm going to show you a video of our finished product. So this is the application. The user interface we have this button, Learn FSL or Filipino Sign Language. It has images of Filipino Sign Language alphabet, numbers, and hand gestures. And then after that, when you click the button, Start Translating, it will direct you to the camera and you can translate sign language real time. So that's our system or application for the TensorFlow Lite approach. For the CNN approach, let's have first Benjo Delgado to explain to us.
Thank you, Ms. Angel. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, for the convolutional neural network or the CNN approach, first we have created a program to capture the silhouette of the hand gesture. This is the program already running. This is the program fetching the color of the background, and now it is ready to capture the silhouette of the hand gesture. And now it is capturing the hand gesture. As you can see, the image of my hand is on the left and the silhouette is on the right. Now it is capturing sufficient images that will be used to train our neural network. Here are the files or the images of the silhouette. And now since the CNN or the convolutional neural network is sort of like a virtual brain, so we have to input data into it. So all of these data or these images will be trained or taught to the convolutional neural network, and now that will be used to translate this gesture into a data or the output text. Now this is when we test the data set. As we can see, it is showing the results on the top. So that's it for our demonstration. Thank you.
So why did we focus on this kind of research? I saw this article on the internet from Inquirer.net. It says that a deaf customer got mocked by a 7-Eleven clerk in Makati branch. This is about she's buying a 50 peso load card, and then she directly went to the cashier and typed on her phone that she's buying a 50 peso load card. But the clerk gave her a 500 peso load card while laughing at her. It might mean nothing to us, but for the hearing impaired people, it means that it can be a way of discrimination. So we focus on this research because we noticed that there is a lack of accessibility programs for the hearing impaired or the sign language users. So for our statement of the problem, the study aimed to determine the effectiveness of the development of sign language translation application for the hearing individuals. Specifically, the study sought to answer the following problems. Number one, what are the stages undertaken for the development of the application? Number two, how do the hearing individuals understand the application? And number three, how do the IT practitioner, barangay officials, deaf and mute people assistant assess the sign language translation application using the ISO 25010 software quality characteristic in terms of reliability, performance efficiency, functionality, and usability. Those problems will be answered in a few minutes. For our related literature, this is written by Dennis Azik on October 23. The title is Turkish Scientists Develop Software for Deaf People. It is a software that translates websites, PDF, and videos to sign language. And the other one is the MCCID. It was written on 2018. It is the first Filipino Sign Language Android app ready for download. For the related studies, it is written by Ahmed Mohammed Hassan and his team. The title is Arabic Speech to Arabic Sign Language Translation System, and the other one is written by Ed Peter Cabafin and his team. The title is Filipino Sign Language Recognition Using Manifold Learning. Our theoretical framework, we use the software development cycle, agile model. So agile model, it is a collection of values and principles that can be applied on a software development project. It has phase 1 planning and phase 2 analysis, the design, implementation, testing, and then the maintenance. For our conceptual framework, we use the IPO method, which is the input, process, output. The input is the software requirements, Android
Saan
Studio.
ba tayo dito, Mr. Dizor? Saan tayo nag-stop? You remember? Stop.
Continue.
We use the Android Studio for the development of the user interface. PyCharm for the creation of the model using the Python Java programming language. And then TensorFlow is where we use the machine learning. TensorFlow Lite, it is machine learning as well, but more compatible with Android development. And then OpenCV, this is where we captured the images to be trained. And then Java, it is a programming language that was used for Android development. And then the process is what you saw on the theoretical framework, the SDLC agile model. And the output would be the Filipino Sign Language translation application. For our scope and limitation, we focus on developing a device that would translate Filipino Sign Language into text. It would be able to translate Filipino Sign Language alphabet, numbers, and few simple gestures that are stored in the database. We conducted the study in Francisco Holmes, San Jose del Monte, Bulacan. The limitations are the following. Number 1, low quality of the inbuilt camera. Number 2, this application will only be available on Android phones. Number 3, it has limited sign language hand gestures stored on database. And number 4, too much movements of the hand or the smartphone can cause low accuracy on the translation. For the methodology, we use quantitative research design. Quantitative research design through a descriptive method since it collects information from existing and potential customers. For the sampling method, we use the purposive sampling and we send out online surveys and questionnaires. For the statistical treatment of data, we calculated the weighted mean and one-way ANOVA using F statistics to find out if there are statistics difference within the 3 groups of respondents. For the specific objectives, number 1, to determine the stages in developing the Filipino Sign Language translation application using machine learning. This is the conclusion. Since we use the agile model, it has a limitless number of iterations. It will start from the requirement gathering phase until the evaluation phase, and then it will start again on the requirement gathering phase for the iteration number 2. It means that even after you implement your system, you will not stop in improving and enhancing your system. For the recommendation for proper file and maintenance, it is recommended to update additional Filipino Sign Language for record bookkeeping. Objective number 2, to determine how the hearing individuals understand the application. The conclusions is the construction of user manual that includes audio and video presentation as tutorial emanate the understanding of the translation application. So we recommend to develop a website version of this application in order to use for formal meetings and conferences that caters hearing impaired individuals.
There you have it. Thank you so much, Angel. Sorry to cut off, but your time is up. Well, this time we will be moving on with our second presenter from the College of Computer Studies. Let us have Ralph, Reynaldo, Samsin, John Red, and Carl. You may now share your screen. All right, and your timer starts now.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon to everyone and all of our respectable guests. I'm Simpson Jeric Melchor will present to you our research study entitled Cloud-Based Barangay Management System. Oh. Ah. So in research premise, this study was conducted for the purpose of giving people the safest and efficient way to acquire clearances and also to store data of the residents that reside in Barangay San Roque, Bulacan. So by Jody Rell, at the end of the day, the goals are simple: safety and security. For the statement of the problem, what are the methods in designing a cloud-based barangay management system? What are the problems encountered at Barangay San Roque existing system in terms of data storage, retrieval, collection, redundancy? Yeah, redundancy. Number 3, how does the proposed system enhance the features of the existing system in terms of security, maintenance, and report generation? And related literature matrix by Don Walker in 2018, Community Management System. Community-based information system is a dynamic system that includes information on how data are collected, how they flow, how to assess and improve data quality, and how the information is used, involves data collection, management, and analysis of health and related services provided to communities outside of facilities. By Lorenzo T. Sanchez in 2016, by Violation Record Management System. System with SMS technology for SSCR is an identification system that provides and process record under student violations and student logs. Storage of files has always been a fundamental objective of information system. And Lado and Mark John P. Maloloyon, Monica Perez, Computerized Information System for Barangay Poblacion, Danao City, Cebu. Thus, this proposed computerized Barangay Information System maintains resident record as complete and up-to-date as possible and as easily accessible for verification, monitoring, and reference purposes based on the available residents census data kept by the client barangay. By Lovely AJ, Barangay Information System at Barangay Baldog, San Carlos City, Pangasinan. It lessened the process of large volume of data that are need to be done at a particular time. It will lessen the risk of having errors in creating a document or report, then alternating or recreating a document can avoid. In the theoretical framework, the theoretical framework that resides on the software development lifecycle is the application of the standard business practices to building software application. Is typically divided into 6 to 8 steps: planning, requirements, design, build, documents, test, deploy, and maintain. And conceptual framework, the progress of this research runs parallel with the concept of its research paradigm. In figure above, depicts the theoretical framework of the investigation as prepared by the researchers. The paradigm shows the relationships between and among the available inputs, the prescribed processes, and the expected outputs, which shall be based on the survey of the needed information from the respondent. The software development lifecycle, being the processing area, uses waterfall model to describe the system development. For the scope, the proposed system will monitor and save the information of the barangay and giving its user to manipulate all the data handled by the barangay, allowing the user to view records of the barangay, especially in terms of households, updating of files, updating the blotter files, including the status of the case. Security features and forms of household may vary to the system, printing of barangay clearance permits, certificates, and etc. So for the limitation, this study is limited to the office of barangay and the two end users, the administrator and the staff, who are only authorized to maintain and update the records in the system, can only register residence information, can create a blotter record, can print barangay clearance and business clearance, can be operated in cloud environment, can reset password through email, can search the data of a person in instant. The created account will be verified by admin to operate. Methodology. Quantitative methods emphasize objective measurements and thus statistical, mathematical, or numerical analysis of data collected through polls, questionnaires, and surveys, or by manipulating pre-existing statistical data using computational techniques. We usually use this for the performance measurement of our product using quantitative method. Developmental research, as opposed to simple instructional development has been defined as the systematic study of designing, developing, and evaluating instructional programs, processes, and products that must meet criteria of internal consistency and effectiveness. Using the modified waterfall model, the researchers conducted a series of phases to complete the system development. This is a part of our theoretical framework. The researchers use waterfall model. And objective number 1, to identify the methods used in developing the cloud-based barangay monitoring system. The study made use of descriptive research design to gather adequate and accurate information of the research study. Another method is the developmental research method. Here, the systematic study of designing, developing, and evaluating instructional programs, processes, and products that must meet criteria of internal consistency and effectiveness would generate. Number 2, to solve the problems encountered with the existing system at Barangay San Roque in terms of data storage, retrieval, redundancy, and data collections. Number 3, to enhance the features of existing system in terms of security, maintenance, and report generation. Conclusion, the Barangay San Roque with the concerned personnel agrees that with respect to performance in methods of the design and development of the information system, the system development lifecycle was implemented with the use of waterfall model. Number 2, with respect to the problems encountered on the existing system, the researchers improved the data for the reliability and redundancy of the data information with a weighted mean of 70% and 60% respectively. The barangay concerned personnel agreed that there is a need for the enhancement of the information system as the respondents rated the activities based on the problems encountered. With reference to features of a cloud-based barangay management system is doing well in the following aspect: security, maintenance, and report generation. Based on results shown in table, the respondents ranked the performance of variable for features of the system as follow. First, report generation by 4.53, followed by maintenance by 4.25, while security is 4.19. For overall performance, equivalent mean of 4.32 agree in performance. With reference to the system maintenance, the researchers conducted feedback from the end users. It was stated that the data was captured at the selected maintenance of files through type of blotter or case and clearance. On the side of monitoring of blotter, the researchers was informed that the daily information supply effectively as per report generation requirements includes names, address, contact details, and the request of the applicant of either blattering or clearance. Conclusion, the respondent ranked security with the criteria level of access with a weighted mean of 4.27 that the respondents agree in the performance. On the other hand, with the features on maintenance, the respondent ranked first the file handling 4.50 as the top, as they highly agreed on the said criteria. With reference on report generation, the complete details of information and instruction can generate report easily 4.55, tied on the top rank. And recommendation, stakeholder of the Barangay San Roque recommended that the cloud-based barangay management system may be properly copyrighted to protect the intellectual property of the product. Number 2, other in-depth studies should be conducted to determine other factors that will further improve the system development of the barangay. Number 3, encourage all interested researchers to come up with additional improvements in the piece of work which can integrate into barangay management system. The beneficiaries is barangays and rural residents would benefit in terms of security of their personal information. The information of the community were already stored and can be retrieved any time of the day on applying clearance. Barangay officials may be satisfied the service of the office that filing and verifying the information may lead to faster transaction. The data collected were organized, secured, and easy to filter. And for future researchers may review the cloud-based barangay management system and make appropriate improvement in the future and if new requirements arise.
All right, thank you so much, Jeric. Sorry to cut you off, but then your time is up. So this time for the 2 entries from the College of Computer Studies, we already have our 3 panelists to ask questions. So let's start with our first presenter, Angel.
Sir, excuse me po. Sorry for interruption, sir. But can you spare us for few minutes to demonstrate our system, sir? The cloud-based barangay management system.
That if our committee will allow us. All right. So, but for the meantime, let's wait for Ma'am Ada to communicate with us through our Zoom chat if they are going to allow us. Because even if we ask questions, you can still demonstrate it afterwards. All right. So this time, let us proceed first with our Q&A portion with our first presenter, Angel, Benjo, Mark, and Charles. All right. So let's start with Doc Eloy. Doc Eloy, you are on mute.
Okay. Hi. These are only 3 no? First, I commend the 3 presenter, the last 3 presenter. Although this is very techy. Sign language, is the sign language for the Android? Hello? Okay, is this for the sign language?
Angel and friends, you may...
Yes, for the sign language.
Kasi this is also ethical consideration, anak. Who teaches you, for example, the sign language, anak?
Actually po, we did some research about the hand gestures and we...
But question, again, who teaches you the sign language, anak? Wala?
Wala po.
O dapat anak, even if there is an updated, let's say, or things that you have to see diba, via YouTube and so on, dapat you have to ask also somebody who is expert in the sign language kasi this is also a form of an ethical consideration. Pangalawa, diba, as we are talking about, may pag-aaral na yan sa PUP and then sa De La Salle TAF, diba, may pag-aaral na regarding sign language. You have to become careful because there's a difference between sign language used diba, in the American way and then sign language diba, in the Filipino way. So we have to become careful kasi it might be misleading also or we might create also a different meaning once diba, we did not learn the accurate way diba, in the proper manner of sign language. So dapat we have to become particular. Tapos, what do you think would be the contributions of your study in the PWD community, anak? O let's say halimbawa ito ay kumbaga it will be allowed, diba? Or it will be funded by our institution if in case, diba? What do you think would be the contributions of this study, anak? Hello?
Yes po. Sorry. I think kasi po, diba, since meron naman na talaga pong, ginagamit na, there is an act, Republic Act na sinasabi po na gagamitin yung sign language sa media, sa mga, and sa, pwede na po siyang gamitin in way of communication, especially if it caters the hearing impaired individual. So I think this system, it can be used in the same way, but ano po, parang sa mga localities, sa mga local, like dito po sa San Jose del Monte, Bulacan, we don't really have any system that caters sign language as much as I know.
Last
Yes po.
question, anak. Last question. Ano ipinagkaiba ng inyong pag-aaral sa mga naisagawa ng pag-aaral? What's the difference of your study compared from the previous studies regarding sign language, anak?
Yes po. As I do my research dun sa ibang existing na po na same application. Yung sa kanila po kasi, yung application nila is more on informative application na parang nagtuturo lang po on how to sign language. And yung iba naman po, they use hardware devices like yung glove na nagta-translate po ng sign language. But wala pa pong gumagawa ng sign language translation application na it can translate real time po.
Okay, so at least nasagot. Thank you. Congratulations, anak. Thank you and congratulations.
All right, this time let us have Doc Antonio.
Yeah, good evening. So I would like to ask, what are the different parameters you include in your research towards the efficiency and effective tool sign language learning machine?
I'm sorry po, can you repeat the question po?
What are the different parameters you include in your research towards the efficiency and effective of your sign language machine learning?
Actually po, well, since we sent out surveys, we asked the evaluation with different criteria, and we use also the criteria on efficiency and usability. So in terms of criteria, we have the availability, or if the system is accessible when required for use, and it also has the fault tolerance, or it can operate as intended despite the presence of hardware and software faults. With the usability naman po, we ask about the operability, kung easy to control po ba yung system, and about the user interface, kung easy to understand, easy to interact with the system, and yung appropriateness ng system din po.
Okay. Sususugan ko lang yung sinabi ni Doc Eloy kanina, no? So you need to consult to the expert, no, para makita natin yung integrity ng inyong research. So basically, pag may mga ganyan tayong machine na tool, learning, so you should consult to the expert people, ha? Kasama yun sa inyo sa research niyo. Okay? Sige, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir Jason, your turn now.
Very commendable yung study, no? Parang startup K-drama lang to. But anyway, my question is, how did you evaluate your program, yung product ninyo, na not the end user, yung kayo mismo? You measuring the efficiency and effectiveness of the app.
Yung kami po mismo, binase po namin siya sa yung accuracy po nung translation. Kasi yun po yung pinaka-tricky part sa paggamit ng machine learning, is kapag nagdagdag ka ng dataset, bumababa yung accuracy. And yun po yung pinaka-kailangan bantayan kapag nagdadagdag ka po ng database. Kasi minsan po, nagkakaroon ng mistranslation.
Nakalagay ba dun sa paper nyo yung accuracy nung app? What's the accuracy level?
For now, hindi pa po yata siya nakalagay sa paper kasi we're still in the process of updating the datasets. Kasi ang sabi po namin sa paper is ilalagay po namin yung alphabets from A to Z and the numbers and simple hand gestures. But for now po, limited pa lang yung database po.
Okay. Another concern lang, no? Kasi with regards naman to in the form of your paper, especially on your methodology part, you only mentioned there how you done your survey, but how you created or designed yung app is not written on the methodology part of your paper. Am I correct?
Yes po, kasi ang ano daw po, kapag thesis format more on nagkakwento about your system, so we decided na hindi na po siya ilagay. But nasa research paradigm po siya. Meron pong flowchart and then yung user interface kung haba.
Just want to see how you developed it because you already discussed them in your presentation. Okay, that's all.
Thank you po.
All right, there you go. And we will now be moving on with our second presenters. And of course, we have Ralph, Reynaldo, Jeric, Jamred, and Carl. So, Doc Eloy.
Miss Jess, thank you so much. No? Okay, so cloud-based ito, no? Am I right?
Yes, and please, Angel, can you please stop sharing? Okay, there you go.
Okay. Nasaan yung si, ano po? Mr. Delgado? Where is Mr. Delgado?
There.
Pagparamdam ka, anak, pagalawin mo yung baso, anak. Okay, so this is the sample of cloud-based barangay management system. This is very techy. I'm not into the technicality, but I am more into the paper or even the content. Mr. Delgado, can you hear my voice?
Sorry, sir, but this is Mr. Ralph, sir. I'm from Group 2. Mr.
Okay.
Delgado is from Group 1, sir.
Oh, no
from
more
the sign
explanations.
language.
Okay, it's okay. No more explanation.
I'm
Ang dami
sorry,
nyo
sir.
kasi. Okay, so my question here, okay, how would you relate cloud-based program in this pandemic situation? Do you think that creating a cloud-based program at this point in time would be beneficial?
Yes, sir, because you don't have to go to the barangay to request clearance. You can request it remotely. Just send your information to the secretary or the administrator who are in charge in this system, sir.
Okay, try to breathe, no? Don't be, are you nervous, Mr. Ano? Okay, follow-up question.
Sorry,
Kasi these are all technical words, anak, so I'm happy. I am happy to be part of this research colloquium, Ivo. Now, is there any synonym words that would correspond cloud-based? For example, di ba, sorry for my ignorance because I'm not techie totally, no? How would you explain it to those people who are not into technology? What's the similar or the synonym of the word cloud-based? Do you have any terms aside from the word cloud-based, anak?
Cloud-based, sir, you can access it is sorry, sir, it is a story, it is a cloud-based, sir, is a web server where where your application must be stored and you can access it through internet,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, that's good. Last question na lang, anak. What are the challenges that you have experienced in conducting this research, anak? What are the challenges?
Challenges, sir.
Wala, anak?
Wala po.
Okay, i-text mo na lang sa akin. Thank you. Congratulations, anak.
Thank you po.
Thank you so much, Doc Eloy. This time, let us have Doc Antonio.
Okay, so for the group 2, so this is regarding on the barangay management system. So may I ask, what kind of cloud computing infrastructure you use in the system management? So what kind of tawag nito, platform service that you use?
Our web server, sir, is Python Anywhere, and our web host is the Django framework, sir. And we use Python to the programming.
Python, okay.
Then,
yeah, Python programming. Okay. Now, what could be the impact of this research, the barangay? Do you have any data gathered or testing analysis for this?
Yes, sir. In storing, sir, the barangay don't have, they don't need to use data center to store data because in cloud based you can store data through in the internet. And sir, due to pandemic, this is safe, sir, to avoid you from a crowded places. Like if you are requesting in the barangay and falling in there's a line or you have to fall in line. You can avoid physical contact to others, sir.
Okay, sige.
Because of the
pandemic. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you so much, Doc Antonio. Next up is Sir G.
Yes, sir. Are you familiar with Data Privacy Act?
Yes, sir.
Do you think your app will follow that act? How secure? Gaano ka-secure na all the information that I will provide in your application will be taken care of?
Because sir, this system is the only administrator can exercise it, and secondly, sir, this system, if you left idle 10 minutes or you go out for a while, it will automatically log out, and it uses you can reset your password if you forgot it through email, sir.
Okay, okay.
You can also
So,
change your password when you are registering.
okay, hindi siya ma-hack.
Hindi po, sir. It's
Sa
safe for
barangay level.
hackers.
I think I'm referring to database of the barangay.
Database, sir. It will start to the cloud, sir, or to our web server, where in Python anywhere.
Okay, okay. Another question. Have you compared the efficiency of what is being done before and what's being done after you have created your application?
Yes, sir. For example, sir, in requesting clearance, sir. They do the manual work, which is they will go to the Microsoft Word, fill up the forms. In this system, sir, just I can show you, sir. Just click the details, and then it will show the details that I put inputted areas. I can request new barangay clearance. I just input the CTC number one and purpose, for example, for employment.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm just asking if it's already written in in your paper that after you have implemented this is it helps the barangay officials or the barangay staff to make their work easier.
Yes, sir. Because in storing, sir, they can because of their existing systems, sir. When it comes to storing data and filtering data, our system has the ability to filter searches, sir. If you search, you can no repeating of names, sir. It can filter.
Okay, okay. I'm just concerned if that is already in the paper. Anyway, it's okay.
Sir.
Okay, thank you so
Thanks.
much.
Thank you, sir.
Jason. All right, there you go. Thank you so much to our three panelists, Sir Jason. And of course, this time we are down to our last presenters tonight. So without any further ado, please let us all welcome from the College of Engineering, our last presenter for the Day 2 of Institutional Research Colloquium 2021. You may now share your screen. And your timer starts now.
Good evening, everyone. Self-healing concrete brought a huge impact on concrete advancement towards the construction industry after it provides adequate innovation on the downside of reinforced concrete that causes cracks and fractures to its structure. I am Justin Matthew B. Flores, a second-year student from the Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering, presenting a study of a self-healing agent for reinforced concrete applicable in road constructions in the Philippines. It is a great honor to present to you this study as you lend your precious moment to watch and learn from our research. This would be beneficial not only to us engineering students, but also to every individual who will be using roads and highways here in the Philippines. Research premise. These images were retrieved from Silangan News Facebook page. It shows the typical road problem in the Philippines. As you can observe, these kind of situations always occur in every places. Road wreckage become normal for us Filipinos. And the only way to solve this kind of problem is to repair it, then put a new concrete, which will result again for this kind of problem. That's why this study aims to identify the possible concrete sealing agent based on the different experts who found the right solution for this drawback, the self-healing concrete. It is very popular to different countries due to its new properties, especially its ability to repair itself from the cracks. The main objective of this study is to know if the Bacillus conii, a type of bacteria, will be suitable to use as a healing agent for self-healing concrete in road construction in the Philippines. Specifically, it sought to first, identify the factors that may affect the healing capabilities of Bacillus conii if used in the road construction in the Philippines. Second, recognize the advantages of using Bacillus conii as a healing agent for the concrete. Then lastly, recognize the disadvantages of using Bacillus conii as a healing agent for the concrete. According to this research-related literature, concrete is the main material in road construction, but when it was exposed into extreme tension, cracks will surely appear. Its deterioration also causes problem before the concrete reaches its lifespan. The potential solution for this problem is the self-healing concrete. It changes the mechanical properties of the concrete after repairing, but the assurance after the repair is still unclear. Bacteria is one of the possible healing agents that has the ability to repair concrete. Most of them are from the genus Bacillus. Genus Bacillus was classified into two: the bacteria that are heat resistant and the bacteria that dies when there's a presence of heat. Those Bacillus that are heat resistant were called spores, which were used to test as a healing agent because of their active growing state when there's a presence of heat. Based on related studies, cementitious material has the capability of repairing itself, but it depends on the type of the problem. Strength of the concrete decreases whenever the first fix was done after the appearance of the cracks. Then it is often needed to have second fix after 10 to 15 years. Since different studies were made about self-healing concrete, it is said that even without manual action after the damage appears in the concrete, sealing cracks will automatically proceed. The bacteria will produce limestone after being exposed, and it will serve as the medium that will fill the cracks in the concrete. This ability of the bacteria to heal the cracks also depends on a variety of factors before it works. Different types of Bacillus were being tested as the healing agent, but this study will only focus on one type of Bacillus, the Bacillus conii. This research conceptual framework used the input process output to identify the factors that may affect the capability of Bacillus conii, to recognize the advantages and disadvantages of using Bacillus conii. The researchers conducted a review of related literature and studies and used its data. The researchers studied the test methods and experiments that have been done by the past researchers and relied on the findings and discoveries of these experiments, and come up with the output of Bacillus conii is possible as a healing agent for reinforced concrete if it is used in the road construction in the Philippines. The scope and limitation of this study focuses on the properties of Bacillus conii as a healing agent for the concrete. By means of reviewing and assessing all the related literature, the objective of this research is possible to be achieved. All of the gathered data had at least 10 years between the present year. The study is an archival research that utilizes a comprehensive literature review only. To collect the important data and information, the researchers conducted an analysis of all related literature to gain a broader understanding about the topic. It started from the origin of the material, the specific variation of the material, determining the tests and experiments done to the material, and recording the data to be a reliable evidence to support the study. The researchers observed ethical consideration while conducting this research. All the data that have been gathered were cited and paraphrased appropriately to acknowledge the people who allotted a lot of time studying to produce credible information. It was made very clear that these works are owned by these people. Among all of the findings, the temperature in the Philippines is the only factor that affects the capability of Bacillus conii, not negatively, but positively, because temperature in the Philippines is an ideal environment for the Bacillus conii for their metabolic activity, which is important for healing cracks in the concrete. Next, the advantages of using Bacillus conii are: it prolongs the lifespan of the concrete, it increases the concrete's compressive and tensile strength, it decreases the maintenance and repair costs, and lastly, it lessens the inconvenience due to road repair works. There is only one disadvantage that had been distinguished throughout the study, and this was the cost of the self-healing concrete. Based on the findings, because of additional properties and features, it is more expensive than the traditional concrete. After gathering all of the findings and discoveries, the researchers' conclusions were: first, Bacillus conii is possible enough to be a healing agent for the road construction in the Philippines. Temperature in the Philippines is ideal for the capabilities of Bacillus coni. Self-healing concrete can last much longer than the traditional concrete. The researchers recommend to consider the use of Bacillus coni as the healing agent in road construction in the Philippines, especially to the places that have a high temperature. Next, conclusion, the Bacillus coni as a healing agent for reinforced concrete can decrease the maintenance, repair, and life cycle cost of a road construction. The researchers recommend to allocate higher initial funds for the construction of self-healing concrete projects in the future. Next conclusion is the use of Bacillus coni self-healing concrete can also save the commuters and drivers traffic problem since it can reduce road repair works. The researchers recommend that the areas prone to road wreckage should be prioritized when the time comes that the Philippines is using self-healing concrete. Since the self-healing concrete can last much longer than the traditional concrete, it is expected that it has a high initial cost compared to the standard concrete. The researchers suggest that to seek places in the Philippines that can possibly produce raw materials needed for the self-healing concrete to reduce its cost. Then lastly, the addition of Bacillus coni to the reinforced concrete can increase its compressive and tensile strength. The researchers recommend that it is important to maintain enough moisture or complete the 28 days process and enough amount of specimen to support the concrete. The significance of the study are the Department of Public Works and Highways or DPWH, the commuters, and the researchers. The impact of this research for DPWH is for them to consider the use of self-healing concrete on the future road construction project. Next, for the commuters, is that they will benefit the most since no time will be wasted anymore in their traveling because of road wreckage and road repairs. And lastly, for the researchers, they are expected to make researches that will uncover the hidden factors and occurrences that may happen and affect when self-healing concrete is finally being used in the road construction. And that's all. I hope that all of you learned and gained additional knowledge and awareness towards the beneficial effects of this study. Again, I am Justin Matthew B. Flores, sending my warm thanks to all of you. Good evening.
Thank you so much, Justin, just in time. Thank you so much. So now we will be moving on with our question and answer portion together with our panelists. Let's start with Doc Antonio. Doc, you're on mute. Doc Antonio, do you have any questions? Okay, let's have first Doc Eloy.
Okay, first I would like to congratulate you, anak. No, this is also a good research, no, and it will be helpful, no. Anak, my question lang would be, what are the challenges that you have encountered in conducting such research, diba? Like this one, anak. Thank you.
The only challenge that affect this or we face in this study is the time allotted, because it is already late that we need this kind of research.
Okay, so nagrereklamo ka, anak, ha? Okay,
No,
so
hindi.
okay. O sige, well, anyway, congratulations. Thank you.
Yes po.
Okay, this time let us have Sir Jason.
Hello. Is Bacillus coni readily available in our country?
Ano po, sir, still dinidiscover pa lang siya kasi survivable lang po siya sa mga places na may high alkaline level. For example, sa mga dams po, ganun.
Okay.
So,
is there any way to validate your result using design of experiment after siguro nitong pandemic na ito?
Siguro po, sir, kung may appropriate materials and equipments po kami, pwede po siguro. Kasi
But
po
based on your...
ang problem lang po kasi today is this research is since pandemic we are not allowed to experiment and use equipments that are not available in our house, so that we stick on researching related studies and literature to come up with the findings in our research.
Okay. based on the review of the literature, what's the difference? So how diba, there are certain days on how to cure a concrete. Tama ba ako? What's the difference between adding a self-healing agent with the regular process, compared with the regular process?
Okay. Sir, in self-healing concrete, from the word itself, sir, self-heal. If ever there's a time of early cracks in the concrete, self-heal will automatically repair the concrete itself, so that the cracks will not be bad, lumala, para hindi na po lumala yung crack. While naman po yung traditional concrete na ginagamit natin here in the Philippines is once once na nag-appear yung mga crack, wala nang ibang possible way to repair it kundi palitan lang siya.
Okay.
So
okay. That's all. Thank you.
All right, this time, Doc Antonio, your turn na po. Naka-mute ka po, Doc Antonio. Doc Anton? Doc Anton? Okay, siguro we will try to get back to him. But before we finally proceed with giving the certificate of participation or appreciation to all our presenters tonight, I just want you guys to please put yourselves around. Palakpakan na naman ang inyong mga sarili. Ayan. Can I see a virtual clap from you for doing such a good job? Congratulations in advance. Grabe ang gagaling ninyo. Sobra. Saludo ako sa inyo. You were able to conquer your research journey today. So congratulations. So with that being said, before we finally move on with awarding the certificate to all our presenters, most especially to our panelists, I think it's about time for me to share this video which will show why research is fun here in First City Providential College. Please, let us all watch this.
Good day, everyone. I am Elchel Simon Antero, Vice President for Academics and Research of First City Providential College. FCPC is located in the city of San Jose del Monte, the first ever city in the province of Bulacan. With a 5,000 student enrollment, FCPC is one of the biggest private higher educational institutions in the city of San Jose del Monte that is both ISO certified and PACOCOA accredited in 11 programs. Research is fun in FCPC. This is the mindset that we share within the community. Research is a life skill that enhances critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication. Through research, FCPCians may explore their interests for new possibilities and new ideas in solving real-world problems for the betterment of society. The Center for Research Development and Innovation envisions to provide an outstanding climate of support for researchers, enabling stellar research advances in multidisciplinary areas. It offers varied services to researchers through its SPSS, Flag Scan, and Grammarly subscriptions. FCPC has actively participated in different local and international research conferences. We signed memoranda of understanding with organizations like the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, the International Association for Exchange of Students for Technical Experience, the Philippine Association of Institutions for Research, and the Mechatronics and Robotics Society of the Philippines, as well as universities in the Philippines and abroad for faculty and researcher exchange, joint research activities, and joint organization of international research conferences. Even before the pandemic, FCPC faculty and students have presented their research in local and international research conferences and published in Scopus Index journals. Even when the pandemic started in the Philippines in January 2020, FCPC was able to participate in the 26th World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering, and Technology last February 26 to 27, 2020 in Makati City. In this event, I was also invited as one of the keynote speakers to share about the importance of the humanities in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education. In this conference, 5 faculty and 4 students from FCPC were chosen to present their research. Among the 9 presenters from FCPC, 3 were awarded as the top 3 best presenters. The research title of the best researcher is The Relationship of Study Habits and Work Preferences to the Academic Performance of Second-Year Education Students. The result of the study was utilized in a more recent study entitled Understanding Diversity of Learning Styles in Online Delivery of Science, Mathematics, and English classes that aim to assess learning styles in online delivery of classes among junior high school students of First City Providential College during the pandemic, and to determine if their achievements in these subjects are associated to their learning styles. This study was done during the first semester of the current school year, and the result became the basis of the revision of the online module design that was implemented starting second semester. Last April 28 to 29, the Southeast Asia Ministers of Education Organization, or CIMEO, organized the 4th CIMEO Congress with the theme Transforming Southeast Asian Education, Science and Culture in the Digital Age. There were 15,000 participants and 103 professional speakers coming from 65 countries. The president of FCPC was one of the speakers, wherein she presented the study described previously in one of the sessions. A very strong research agenda, aligned with the National Higher Education Research Agenda, was developed by the CRDI together with the Academic Council, focusing on the attainment of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The research agenda is part of the annual institutional and program research orientation given to faculty and students. For the current school year, FCPC pushed through the challenges of the pandemic by conducting our first virtual institutional and program research colloquium last November 9 to 12, 2020. The series of departmental colloquium has already commenced for 2021 and will culminate in the second virtual institutional research colloquium set on May 21, 2021. The annual capacity building programs conducted by our CRDI continued despite the pandemic onslaught. The research webinar series on these topics were conducted. International research writing and publication for Scopus Index journals. FCPC reliability and validity of research instrument training webinar. And modern trends in research with SPSS application. Aside from these trainings, the different departments also conducted their own virtual research webinars. Out of their own initiative, our faculty attended several external research webinars and virtual research conferences. This coming November 23 to 24, 2021, FCPC is already set to co-host the 39th Lokase with IFER in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. This is a testament of the FCPC community's passion to keep on pushing the boundaries of our research endeavors, despite the challenges posed by the pandemic. And in return, our institution recognized the hard work of our faculty by awarding the top 15 faculty and top 5 non-teaching staff as Best Faculty and Best Non-Teaching Staff Researchers, respectively, during the FCPC Pasasalamat 2021, a tribute to the FCPC employees that was part of our 37th founding anniversary celebration. The publication of the FCPC Review, our institutional research journal, and the different program journals continue by posting the electronic copies of the journals in our learning management system. This strategy ensured the 100% distribution of the institutional and program journals to all faculty and students. The essence of research is to solve problems in the community for the betterment of the lives of its members. The FCPC community, through our different community extension programs, is the first beneficiary of these researches. One of the CES projects that was implemented even before the pandemic and is continuing until this day is the toasted banana peel pastillas production. It started as a feasibility study of the students from the BS Hospitality Management program. Then, it was utilized in our adopted community, Barangay San Roque, in the city of San Jose del Monte. The indigent mothers were trained on the production of the toasted banana peel pastillas, including safe packaging and effective marketing. The skills learned by the mothers helped them financially, most especially during the community quarantine. This project was implemented in partnership with the ABS-CBN Foundation and the City Tourism Office of the City of San Jose del Monte. It was also recognized as the Best Community Extension Services Project in the FCPC Pasasalamat 2021. Some of the research-based CES programs conducted during the pandemic are Pagbasa Literacy Program by the College of Education and Barangay Management System by the College of Computer Studies.
Na-feature yung sa amin.
Truly, these CES programs contributed positively to the economic and social development and governance capability, and ultimately to the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. One of the ongoing researches on effective online teaching approaches conducted in FCPC is the FALA Life Skills Learning Approach. It is a collaboration of the College of Education and the Basic Education departments, spearheaded by the president of FCPC. The study is already in its final stages of data gathering, and the researchers will soon be framing their conclusions and recommendations. The result of the study will serve as basis in developing a framework with identified 21st century life skills in the context of outcomes-based education. In sum, we are confident that our institution, through our research advocacies, has contributed to the plight of our kababayans by providing accessible and affordable quality higher education. This despite the pressing challenges presented by the pandemic. Let's all cheer! Padyak pamantasan, pandayan tungo sa kaunlaran. Let us all move forward by claiming victory for Philippine higher education.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, to all our researchers joining us tonight in this Zoom meeting. Indeed, through these FCPC's research effort, we can say that research is fun here in First City Provincial College. And this day will not be that very successful by pouring us with so much knowledge without the expertise of our invited panelists this evening. And so it is really an honor for me to be introducing the Certificate of Appreciation or Recognition, of course, to our distinguished panelists. So please, we have tonight virtually our school president, Dr. Estrella O. Simon, and of course, our vice president for academics and research to award the Certificate of Appreciation. Please allow me read the content of the certificate. First City Provincial College, this Certificate of Appreciation is given to Eloy Enel, Dr. Eloy Enel, as a research panelist in the Institutional Virtual Research Colloquium 2021 with the theme FCPC Strengthening Research Collaboration Towards a Resilient Educational Community in the New Normal for Lifelong Learning, given this 21st day of May 2021 via Zoom application, signed Vice President for Academics and Research, Dr. Echel Simon Antero, and the President, Dr. Estrella O. Simon. Same award is hereby given to Mr. Jason Humarang. Please give them a big round of virtual applause. And of course, we have Dr. Antonio Velasco. Thank you so much for sharing your time, your expertise to all researchers of First City Provincial College. Again, let us give them a virtual clap. There you have it. And of course, today's research colloquium will not be successful without the support system of First City Provincial College, which is the students itself. So thank you so much. And with that being said, we would like to share and award the Certificate of Appreciation, starting with College of Allied Medical Sciences. Allow me to read the content of the certificate. First City Provincial College, this Certificate of Appreciation is given to Richamina A. Corpus as research presenter in the Institutional Virtual Research Colloquium 2021 with the theme FCPC Strengthening Research Collaboration Towards a Resilient Educational Community in the New Normal for Lifelong Learning, given this 21st day of May 2021 via Zoom app, signed Vice President for Academics and Research, Dr. Echel Simon Antero, and FCPC President, Dr. Estrella O. Simon. Same Certificate of Appreciation is given to Cadigia K. Dagsa, Venus E. Inojales, Juliet B. Nasilia, Grace A. Auxilio, Annabel Buhong,
Karina Manalo, Edwina May Jen Vito Villanueva, Hazel Keith Bejo. And of course, from the College of Computer Studies, we have Angel N. Guerrero, Benjo Delgado, Mark Kevin Delfino, Charles Louis Montecalvo, Ralph J. Madriaga, Reynaldo Saison, Samson Jeric Melchor, John Red Rubio, Carl A. Fel Gonzalez. Congratulations. And for the College of Engineering, we have Julius Angel Baltazar, Justin Matthew Flores, Joy Wesley De Leon, Ronan Doctolero, Cyrus Ginto, Romel Constance Manongtong. And for the College of Education, we have Alfredo T. De La Torre Jr., Colleen De La Paz, Mark Gravillo, Rosminda De Ileg, April Andrea Mariano, Lyra Joy Mercado, Mary Joy Cerillo, Amireta Aligiojo, Kyle Ikam, Leia Gay Kabulisan. Thank you so much. And this, I think I would have to share this one, that the announcement for Best Research Paper and Best Presenter. Unfortunately, we will not be able to announce it tonight, but stay tuned to our FCPC official Facebook page, because on Monday, we will be able to know who is our best research paper and best presenter for this year's Institutional Research Colloquium. Thank you guys so much for joining us this evening. And again, I want you guys to please give yourselves a virtual clap for a job well done. Congratulations, everyone. And since we have already started our research colloquium this year with a prayer, and I of Business Management Research Coordinator. All right, there you go. I think we are now in the main session room. Hi, Teacher Crystal, how are you? So again, we would like, in behalf of our CRDI, we would like to congratulate all our presenters for this year's Institutional Research Colloquium, and to all our panelists. Thank you for sharing your time, your expertise, to all first citizens who are watching here in Zoom, and of course to those FCPCians who are watching at home. Thank you guys so much. And for the closing prayer, are we still waiting for the rest, or are we about to end our research colloquium tonight? Before we have our documentation, our photo opportunity.
Let's have our closing prayer.
All right, thank you so much, Ma'am Ara. Okay, hang on. Do we have Ma'am Christine Malforti tonight? Okay, well, I guess it's a must if I'm going to ask my co-moderator tonight. Ma'am Cristel Lorenzo, would you mind leading us for a closing prayer? Thank you.
All right, let's pray. Let's bow our heads and feel the presence of the Lord. Loving Heavenly Father, thank you for this wonderful day. As we successfully finish our institutional research colloquium, we know that how you have blessed us, hence the success is all upon you, our Lord God. We pray for continuous guidance, and we ask to give us the desire to find ways to excel in our own field, especially in this time of pandemic. May you please give us enough